Good afternoon. It is the afternoon of day 5 of the State versus Hannah Gutierrez trial. She's the armorer on the set of Rest, where Alec Baldwin fatally shot cinematographer Helena Hutchins. It's February 28th, 2024. This afternoon, I think we will finish all of the defendants' ill-advised interviews with police and then get back into percipient witnesses. I know we still have expert witnesses to go. I just don't know how many. The timing of these interviews is interesting, but we are on day 5 of trial. However, this is slated to be a 3-week trial. So we will just have to see what happens with all of that. Excuse me, Lawnard's court is just now coming back from a extended lunch break. They were fighting over what was going on with video. I think there's some parts of the video that they redacted or took out. They were just starting to ask Hannah Gutierrez Reed about statements to the press that her side had put out. So if they resume with something different, then we know that they're covering something different. We know that they edited that out. So with all of that, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to get back into court together. Lawnards, I hope you had a good lunch. I have, I have a factor meal because it was, well, fast, nutritious. I ate a vegetable and delicious. So that's where we're going today. I should have had them sponsor some of the court streams. I'm going to keep that in mind for the next trial. But with that, let's go. Hey there. I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. Also, this court is so strange because they came back to court without even like focusing on the defendant or watching the jury come in or the court saying we're back on the record. Like the coverage of this has been weird. It's just, it's been strange. So we are now back in live court. The court TV stream has closed captions, so that's what we're doing. We're just...
I was leaving set to go get shit done, including...
like, what is this?
Like with the knives.
They just like started playing the video and everybody's like, what are we doing? Okay, they're talking about Sarah doing shit with the knives, it seems.
And the knife holster and all this stuff. So
let me boost this audio. Yes, we still are just looking at the seal.
On a very prop-heavy day, and props includes food. And
she's saying it's just me running all of this on a very prop-heavy day, and props include food. Because remember, she had 2 jobs. She was the armorer and she was assistant props. But it's just so strange that we're still looking at the seal while this is going on.
Just so you know. So we had a whole table scene that we had to do with just 2 people, which is manageable, but also like I was also training the actor with that gun.
Yep,
while they're doing it, you know, like just the girl, she wasn't shooting it or anything, but they decided randomly that they wanted to have her have a gun. So I didn't get paid for armor that day either. I'm working 2 jobs, and I was supposed to give lessons to Alex that day, but ultimately could not because 1, he didn't show up, 2, the producers wouldn't let him, and then 3, I had to stay on set and work with the freaking food. Okay. But yeah.
I had to stay on set and work with the freaking food. So prop food is the food that's being eaten or displayed in scene versus craft services or crafty, which is food for the crew and the actors. We heard in her interview yesterday afternoon that Baldwin was on his phone during training, that he wasn't paying attention during training. Before you ask in the chat, yes, all of that is bad for Baldwin. But not really the point here because it's also bad for her. It's like, well, he didn't want to train, so we just were fine, as opposed to saying he didn't want to train, so I guess he's not using a gun on set. So that's difficult, but this is getting into the stuff that's bad for production. It doesn't make it better for her, though.
I agreed to do a day with you, and then it was kind of shut down by others. He said, I will see you tomorrow. And then I also, I think it was a little after that, a couple days after that, where I texted his assistant and I said, hey, you know,
also, before I go back to eating my green beans, because vegetables, I expect to be applauded like a small child. We didn't see the comments about what her team put out in the media. That all got clipped over. So it seemed like the lawyers were trying to agree where they would resume this video. And I think that's appropriate because what she said in the media is not really relevant to this trial.
Does he need any more work with this? Like, how is he feeling about that? And he's like, he hasn't expressed anything to me, but I'll let him know that you asked. Okay. Yeah. So I had tried to possibly work with Alec more after that.
Okay.
So those are like the training days I kind of fought for. After his assistant like didn't really talk to me back, you know, I'm not exactly going to push for this really big actor to receive that training.
Okay.
It's kind of your job to do that, though.
So in reviewing like first interview and then
I mean, it's kind of your job to do that, and that sucks.
There's a little bit of inconsistency about when the gun was checked, or the rounds that were checked.
Okay.
You know,
we're at the part of the interview where law enforcement thinks they have all the stories they need and now are starting to narrow in that timeline. There's been a few inconsistencies. Did you hear how she asked it? There's just been a few inconsistencies about how things were checked and when they were checked. And they're trying to, now they're going to narrow in the timeline because now if she walks, they have everything they need. So the pushing is happening at the end. So I think that's fair.
from my understanding, you checked them in the morning and then didn't take them out again after lunch.
Didn't take the rounds out of the gun after lunch? Well, you could,
Like they weren't checked again.
You could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
Okay, but you said only 4 of them had no primer caps and the other 2 did.
Yeah, and the other 2 did. Yeah, I pulled that other one out slightly and looked for the hole.
I mean, so those holes are at the bottom though. You'd have to pull it out a pretty good ways.
I'm pretty sure it was like kind of midway up because yeah, I checked it when I put them in there and then yeah.
Prior to lunch.
Yeah. Prior to lunch and then yeah, afterwards opened it up, checked it, yeah.
They were going to prosecute her no matter what.
Check, you mean just
pulled that one out, yeah, and also brushed it and put that other one in.
Okay. And I don't know if this is coming from you or if it was from him, this whole theory on somebody sabotaging the set.
Yeah. Jason kind of agrees with me on that.
Y'all, I'm so glad this is in this interview. Jason, by the way, being Jason Bowles, the attorney, this whole thought of somebody sabotaging the set. Yeah, Jason agrees with me on this, and then they're going to get into it. And that's an interesting thing because when they first interviewed her in the interview we saw at the beginning of the day yesterday, they asked her about set sabotage, and she gave a million reasons why it wasn't possible, including 45 long Colt ammo or 45 ammo at the time was very difficult to get and very expensive, and among other things. So Jason agrees with me as an interesting thing, but I'm very interested to see what she has to say.
You know, we've all kind of thought about what happened here and a whole box.
Oh, you didn't just think about what happened here. I'm sure you've chatted about it a lot.
Said to be half live ammunition and half dummy ammunition. That doesn't happen. Like, you know, that's super weird that that would even be on set.
So who do you think would do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will say right now that, you know, Seth supplies all the boxes. And then on top of that, I was beefing with Seth.
Excuse me, ma'am. Seth supplies all the boxes, but what about the boxes that you brought onto set? Because you said you brought boxes onto set too.
At the time. I don't really know. I don't want to speculate, but he's also been acting pretty weird towards me personally. And then
So that was that come after the incident, right?
Seth.
Yeah, well, no, we had a whole ass argument and we weren't talking.
Tea. We want the tea. Girl tea. All the tea. I want to know about the whole fight with Seth Kinney because it's going to come up in your text messages and stuff too.
During this incident, like we were in a full fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had said you haven't seen Seth since before.
Yeah, we were texting and I blew up on him over text messages.
And said what?
Right, but I'm saying you stated you have not physically seen him.
I have not seen Seth, but like I said, Seth sends Sarah to set with things.
Okay.
She did sue Seth.
First that morning.
And
Sarah?
Yeah.
she sued Seth and made allegations that Seth and Sarah were sabotaging her. Seth is the one who put her up for this job, and Seth has worked with her father. We'll see the texts. Don't worry, they're going to come in. But it's in her civil lawsuit that I covered like 2 years ago. She throws a lot of allegations at Seth and Sarah about sabotaging her career. I will just note, arguendo, if you checked all the rounds, they can't sabotage your career because you would have caught the ones that were live.
Okay.
That's when that box came up for the first time.
Yeah.
Bowles
Also,
is now
you know,
feeding
it
her
could've been
answers.
there.
But you
Over the
had said that
weekend.
you'd seen it, because it was sitting on top of,
That morning, right?
Yeah, I saw it that morning
okay.
on top of all my stuff.
When she got there, it was at 6:40-ish, and Sarah's already been there. That's the first time that box.
That I saw it, at least. And like I said, I thought it was weird that it wasn't hunched over on any side, considering the whole prop truck got moved.
Okay.
By the time she got there, Sarah had already been there for like 2 hours. He said since like 6:30. Sarah had already been there, and I thought it was weird that this mystery box of ammo just appeared.
And describe this box again to me, what it looks like.
It was the same white box. I think it just said dummies on it. I'm pretty sure.
Corporal, I just want to, is, in this part of the interview, is Ms. Gutierrez insinuating to you that Sarah Zachary planted that box of
That is so
ammunition? Is that
leading.
your understanding?
Does anyone object? It's so leading. It's so leading. Was she insinuating to you? No. Well, I mean, yes, but leading.
Yes. Did you ever find any evidence to support that? No.
Just said dummies.
Why is no one
On a sticker,
objecting?
and it was
I
on a
object.
sticker and a label.
Leading.
Not like handwritten or anything. But it wasn't the same font that I'm used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
She said she was beefing with Seth, but in her civil lawsuit, she implies that Seth and Sarah had a relationship. I don't know if that's true at all, but she implied it in her civil lawsuit.
Obviously, everybody has said, you know, no one ever suspected live rounds to be on the set.
Yeah,
That's a given. Live rounds aren't allowed.
absolutely not. And especially when it hadn't been brought to set or anything like that either.
Right. So the thing is, there are other
Set's in the middle of nowhere. Someone brought it to set. It wasn't just there. Someone brought it to set.
live rounds that were found in other various places,
Really?
not in that box.
Oh, now she's being
Really?
told.
Where were they found?
I'll go through this.
I love this. I love this interviewing technique so much. Here's the interviewing technique. They have finished getting everything they need from her, or they think they have. They went over what happened after lunch with her 4 or 5 plus times. They think they've gotten what they need. So they've let her talk. It's been very cordial. It's been very friendly. And now it's getting to so here's the weird thing. Some of the things you said have been inconsistent. Can you explain? Here's the weird thing. There were these other live rounds. This is where somebody should be going, danger, danger, you're a suspect. I mean, if you didn't do it before. And so now there were live rounds found elsewhere on set. How are you going to explain that? Because now she's locked into what she already said, and now she has to try to shift and explain. So yes, the heat of the interview is just about to turn up, and I'm going to finish my lunch
Pictures
and shut up.
because I can't. There's like so many different areas, and well, I'm gonna go over that with you guys. Okay.
Yeah, that's news to me. Wow.
So
Uh-huh.
they weren't all in that box.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have any speculation on that?
no.
Care to explain how that happened? At this point, Mr. Bowles should be like, that is such interesting information. Thank you so much. I think we have an
Do you
appointment.
think anybody else
We're done here.
manipulated that gun? Alex's gun.
I'm not exactly sure.
You were sure earlier.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't really care to speculate on it either.
Well, I mean, there's really not a lot of time between you pulling it
Now
out.
she's not sure. Now she
Well,
doesn't
there
want to
was time-
speculate. This is not a live stream to break down interview techniques, but yes, it is right now. I've watched so many police interviews in my career, but do you see how she has now shifted? Hannah's demeanor has now shifted. She's feeling it. They were so chatty. She was speculating all over the place. And now she's just like, fuck, and trying not to, like, oh, I'm not going to speculate on that. She had tons of answers for this earlier. The change in questioning has changed her answering and demeanor. So now you are trying to nail her down on specific parts. And she's like, I can't answer. I'm not speculating on that. It's a good interview. I like this interview a lot.
You know, in the morning before that even. I'm not sure. Yeah.
But in between the time that you had it, you checked the room.
Yeah.
And then
There's like 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else did. I wasn't in there.
okay. And that's okay if you don't.
Yeah. Try to get
Now she's not sure of anything, right?
Before we dive into these real quick.
And
So
now-
this is
Now it's time to confront you with more stuff. And now we've gone from here's a very confident answer to here's not a confident answer. Why is her lawyer letting this happen? I don't know. At this point, it's like, it sounds like my client cannot answer any further questions for you. She is saying that she can't speculate on that. We're going to go.
an example, okay?
Okay.
Remember how I was asking you if they had any safety bulletins or anything that
Okay.
they put out? So these are ones pertaining.
Now we're looking at the safety
to
bulletins.
Ammo.
I love that you guys are seeing it in real
Did you
time.
ever see anything?
I don't know how much a
like
jury will
this,
perceive
or
of that,
anything like
or if they're
this that was
tired,
put out?
but I love that we get to
Yeah,
talk
maybe
it through.
I definitely didn't see anything like this.
Also, chat, you guys made it rain while I was eating lunch, so I'm going to pull up everyone who gifted memberships. Thank you to all of you that gifted memberships. You are absolutely incredible, so we're going to be pulling those up now. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
At all.
So they didn't put any protocols out for.
Thank you, Bella.
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Pet
If
Yoga.
they did, it might have gotten lost in the email.
Thank you,
not
Jen.
Really sure.
I'm gonna check through those and see.
Vicky,
Okay.
Larnard, so thank you.
But yeah, so safety bulletins, firearms, live ammo, okay?
Okay.
Kind of
Zendith
something
Fifth,
that-
thank you.
No.
Bowles is looking back and
fairly,
forth at her a lot now.
Standard on most productions.
Yeah, I didn't see those on my last one either, to be honest with you, or my last one. I think it's also an indie thing, maybe, you know?
Farm
Even
Eagle,
though
thank
this
you.
was, whatchamacallit.
If you are sitting in the interview room trying to figure out what the answers are, don't answer. Don't try to figure out what the answer is. If you don't know, don't say.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
This is the box. Let me look these, 'cause I'm gonna need these.
all right.
Let's show you where all the live rounds came from and see if you can fucking explain. This will be a fun game for everybody.
This is the
Yikes.
box that was on top of the card.
I don't remember that being the box that was on top of the cart.
This is the one that was, or
Corporal, what photograph are you showing Ms. Gutierrez now?
So this
No idea, Carrie.
photo was one that our crime scene technician had kind of put together of the box that Hannah had handed to Lieutenant Benavides on the day of the incident, saying that that was the box that she was using. So it's just different angles of that box of pictures that Marissa took.
Here's the box I used. Ma'am, is this the box you used? I've never seen that before.
And
Oops. Yeah, Bowles
and let
could
me
have stopped
ask
this.
you, if
He didn't.
Are you showing her what we currently have entered in evidence as states exhibit 63?
Thank you,
Can
gossip.
see that?
Rumors.
Yes, that's it.
Innuendo.
Okay, thank you.
Molly, it's okay. Go get your hair done. We'll be replay crew will welcome you.
that. You guys have said that you had pulled from.
Oh yeah, I think she should have been
I
licensed.
thought
She just
it
wasn't.
said dummies on it. Yeah, I don't remember this one being the one. I thought it was much cleaner than that.
Cleaner little boy.
Bowles is
Like,
privately
you know,
retained.
Just how this is kind of messed up right here, like, see these are all kind of dirty and like the side right here is
She's like,
dirty.
back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Okay.
Ma'am, you
That's
handed
not
these to them.
The photo that you showed me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And you guys found this on the cart or?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to us that you guys had said that this was the box that you had pulled from. And this is the one that Sarah checked.
This is the one you gave
that
us.
Sarah checked.
This is the
Okay,
one you
she
gave us.
found multiple live ones in there. Shows one?
Suspected. Until it goes to the lab, we can't confirm.
Okay. Yeah, she definitely said that there were multiple in there.
This is it.
Okay. I don't know, I kind of think it's strange that these ones are missing out of here when I'm pretty sure like we had only really touched these first couple of rows there.
And then
What, this?
there's also a hole there.
Yeah, no, I think that's weird, I don't remember that.
Way less friendly now, isn't it? It's like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
I don't know if maybe one was taken back to the truck or something.
She's not sitting there like
I
this
don't know.
anymore, is
I
she?
don't know if Sarah went back to the truck at all with anything.
Okay. But you didn't?
No, I didn't. I was there with Brian the whole time. Sarah,
How many times is she going to say Sarah?
I think she might have went back to the truck.
So these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
Nicole, why did they hire an unlicensed armor? I
What are
don't
you
to save
showing
money.
the photo of right now?
The 2 live rounds, well, suspected at the time, rounds that were on top of the cart.
And they were later confirmed to be live.
Yes.
All suspected live ones.
Okay. Okay.
That was the one that came out of the gut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know if you noticed commonality between these, that we expect them to be live.
So there's some weird things here, ma'am. Let's have a conversation.
The silver? Okay. All right.
That didn't stick out to you when you loaded that gun?
No.
That the rest of them were not the same color?
No. What are we looking at here?
You tell me what we're looking at here, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that was messed up right there. I thought that was a different kind of loading gate. Okay, yeah.
Was this one pulled out after lunch?
I can't really tell if, is that it? I would have to see the bottom of it to really tell. If this
Oh,
is
now we're more
done or not.
specific. These answers have gotten way less confident
Other than that, the only other two, if this isn't rust.
and much more. I don't have
they should
the,
have the two. Sorry.
I don't have enough
Okay, the
information to
Marshall one?
answer.
Yeah, the two Marshall ones should have been out there after lunch.
Okay.
So I'm not, is that the rust gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely right,
I can't
Tinsley.
really tell unless I see the bottom of it.
You said it had like,
Bulls is no longer sitting with his legs crossed, with his notebook in his lap, on his phone, kicked back in the chair. Everyone is now sitting around the table, and she's like, I don't know. You're going to have to tell me what this is and where did that come from? And I don't even recognize that. It's why you don't start the interview this way. It's why you end the interview this way, because now you're not really getting answers. But what it does is if she testifies, she can't say, they never asked me that. I would have answered this way. You've got to lock those answers in now so she can't change it later when you get to trial, 2-3 years, whatever down the road. You've got to lock those answers in. So instead of leaving things open, now they're confronting her with all of these things and locking in those answers, good, bad, or whatever, because then she can't change the answer later. Because now it's, oh, well, 3 years later, now all of a sudden you remember? Really, ma'am? Weird. So that's what they're doing with this. The attorney should have known this was coming.
markings on the bottom.
Yeah.
This
Not
is a
surprising.
contract, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Back of it.
Cool.
Okay.
The accused has the right to sit in court.
So
Sometimes they
there's
opt
two access
out.
points to this truck.
Yeah.
One is here on the side, it's on the passenger side,
Mhm.
and then this back. Okay. this is how we found it.
Yeah.
Is that pretty common on how, obviously this is after the incident, so stuff was put away, but is this pretty common on how you guys stored that cart?
Yeah, we left it usually right there.
Okay. And that's safe?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, and, you know,
Yeah.
I don't really know safe too much, but you tell me when you
Lock it, you
pull
pull it
this handle,
100%.
it locks itself. You don't have to like hit the pound key or,
No,
you know what I mean?
100%, you just lock it and it locks.
That's how my sisters do. They
Okay.
just do that, yeah.
Yeah,
And it,
every
locks.
single time it locks like that. Yeah.
okay. And this is where you kept the gun.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the cart, this is how we found the cart the day of the incident.
Okay. So, I'm not really seeing the box on the top of it.
Corporal, can you just explain to us what's going on right now?
Shit just got real.
So showing Hannah these various photos that our crime scene technician Marissa Popple had taken. I'm wanting her to identify the items that we've looked at just to confirm that you know, that's what she was using, that's the cart that she was using, that's the truck that they were storing their items in. With regards to the truck, you know, explaining obviously that there's only 2 access points on that truck. The reason behind me showing her the picture of the inside was
Welcome
because
back.
it was pretty disorganized. So I wanted her to confirm if that is how they kept that truck. Another thing that we had noticed on the truck was that there was a firearm outside of that safe, even though they had claimed that they kept all the guns in the safe. And so that's why I'm having her essentially identify that those are the areas that they used.
Because you don't want her to come back at trial and be like, no, that's not the right cart. That's the wrong photo. You don't want her to come at trial and have any of these excuses. You have to forestall all of that in the interview.
That's the thing is that box was given
To us.
to us.
By who?
Sarah, I believe, but
Okay.
The cross of this witness is going to take a while.
Sarah gave them a box. Are you convinced that's the box that you saw?
Are you?
I don't remember.
Bowles is trying to help. Are you convinced that's the box? Are you sure it's the right one?
That being the box.
that you were pulling from.
I don't recall that being the box that we were pulling from.
Okay.
Seems a little dingy, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. But here's my thing is that, you know,
Yeah, there's suspected live rounds in this box.
which this matches what you showed me,
Yeah.
what you brought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, those are the ones I brought. I'm not sure if Seth has any like that.
Okay.
But also, I mean, a box is a box. You can put different trays in different boxes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So these two, I think one of these was the one used. I think this one was a potential suspected live.
Okay.
You know, just, I would say that's, I think, a blank that we had put there.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, how the top of this looked.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Were these already on it, or were these on actors?
These were on actors. That one was, Swim.
I'm clear about that. The actors had those.
Jensen.
So did they just drop them on the card after the incident?
They gave them back to Sarah.
Okay, and she put them there.
Yeah.
Eek, that was loud. Sorry. They're talking about what law enforcement took from the cart right now. That's what they're talking about.
Also suspected live.
Okay.
I don't know why Bowles is cool with all this. I don't know.
These were the ones on the side.
He's in it now.
3 of these are suspected live. And this is on the top of the cart. So it's not like from a different area. These are on the top of the cart.
Okay, yeah.
It's both of them. This is
You guys make great observations.
Alex, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Also suspected live. One of these two. One of them rattles, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
Now, I think you explained this to me earlier. I was
Yeah.
curious on what these horsey rounds were.
Yeah.
Horsey rounds. Back to the horsey rounds.
What are the horsey rounds?
Oh, the horsey rounds. Okay, yeah, I thought you were saying that they were live in the.
Not horsing around. The horsey rounds. I'm sure
No,
that's
this
the
box
official
is
name for it.
empty.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
just-
So those are like the eight loads like I was telling you about. That's
Okay.
the one box that
Like-
I contributed. Yeah.
Lyndon, your humor is
Yeah.
my favorite.
The horsey rounds.
Yeah.
It's had a little horseshoe.
Maybe this is the problem. Bouillon wasn't there.
This is another box.
Okay.
Everybody's
with-
demeanor has changed so much in this interview room.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this box, the writing on it. I've definitely seen it before, but yeah.
She's
I'm
like,
not sure
I don't know if
the
this is what it
writing
is.
'cause
That came from Seth.
Okay,
He said that he marked stuff like that.
okay.
Just as a point of clarification, what photo are you showing Ms. Gutierrez at this point?
So I'm showing her, again, it's different views of that box and I think inside the box, photos that our crime scene tech had taken of the other box of 45 long Colt dummy rounds. That's how it was labeled on the box. The difference with this label is it was the one with white tape and it was handwriting in blue Sharpie, which was identified to come from Seth Kenny. And then in that box, we did have one round that did not shake, which we sent to the FBI to be tested, as we had suspected that it may have been live as well. And it turns out that that round was in fact a dummy.
Are you showing Ms. Gutierrez the box that we have a photo of entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, that's it.
Is it your understanding that that is the box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that is the only box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Thank you.
At least for 45 long Colt.
I appreciate the distinction. Thank you.
Chat, I know that we are getting close to the Idaho hearing started. I know JB is covering it. He and I chatted a little bit about that last night. Unless court ends early, we're staying here. I just ask that we don't do a play-by-play of Idaho in the chat because I will get confused. Truly, as a neurodivergent creator, I'll get very confused. I understand if you guys go watch the Idaho hearing pop back. I am not bothered, but it is hard for me if we are having multiple conversations. So please don't recap what's going on in other court cases in the chat. It's very confusing and distracting to me. I will try to recap Idaho if court ends early today. If it does not, we'll recap it on another day. But JB's coverage will be up and others' coverage will be up for that. But I'm staying here. I need to know what the fuck happens. I need to close this loop. I need to know if we're getting a percipient witness on the stand. I got to do this. I got to do this. So thank you, chat. But the ADHD is here. I'm here. Like, we got to do this. I'll figure out when Koberger gets a trial date when we take a break. And I'll pull the news up and share it with you guys when we take a court break, because that's the only thing I really want to know about today. Truly. I need to do this, though. I'm invested.
Some other things from Seth
I'm in.
that weren't like that.
I got my gummy
He
bears.
said he does
No,
different kind of
different
ways.
things, yeah.
So these are loose rounds found in one of your bags.
Okay.
Okay. Just different calibers. The thing that sticks out is that this.
Yeah, you always want to keep these on set. These are.
Tell us more how you'd
basically you put those there in order to like.
Tell us more about how you'd like to keep things on set and keep them separate. Also, my Today, my window was freezing. So give me 1 second. I like how she's describing how you need to keep them separated. Yes, coined by the offspring, not me.
If you have a gun scene, you know, and the person is reloading it, they would be, if they shot the gun off and everything, they would be dropping those out of the cylinder. And so I have a couple of bags.
Okay, so that's why you keep
Yeah, you
the
bring,
ones that don't have.
yeah, you bring
Hi, Rob.
those so that way, you know, you can litter the ground with shells to make it look like people have been shooting there.
Okay,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah, you definitely always need to have like at least a couple of bags of ones that have no thing on them, yeah.
What do you know about the manufacturer of what you guys receive?
I'm not entirely sure. Are you saying like Joe Swanson? Because I don't know exactly where all these come from. Like I said, a lot of these came from Seth.
You were pretty confident earlier.
Okay,
It's-
so brands, you know
Yeah.
what a Winchester is. Everybody knows Winchester makes
Yeah,
live rounds.
yeah.
Okay, so one of these was a Winchester round.
A Winchester like live round,
Well, it was one of these, I think this
like
one
a
was the
45,
Winchester.
like
It's
a
not-
4440.
It's not live, obviously,
Okay,
but at one point it was.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not saying for this set particularly, but Winchester doesn't make this up. These, the manufacturer of these is Starline Brass.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just from doing research
Mhm.
and what I have found out.
Corporal, what are you showing her now, just so that we can follow along?
So the one picture is just a bunch of casings, but what I'm trying to show her is the different head stamps and how you could essentially tell the difference in the manufacturers on the head stamps.
And what are you comparing, Starline Brass and
Just any of the other ones that we had found.
And are you showing photos of dummy rounds with different head stamps?
I believe the dummy rounds and then also that last picture that I was showing her were just the casings themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you can tell because it has a little star,
Yeah,
Oh,
an
sure.
arc, and then a star.
yeah,
So all these have different manufacturers. That's how you can tell where these come from.
okay.
Some of them have nothing.
Yeah, I've
Some
seen
of them,
like I said, they all kind of vary a little bit.
right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star
See,
arc
earlier in
star,
this
yeah.
interview,
And that's the one that was this.
earlier in this interview, she was explaining everything. And now she's like, I don't think I want to explain that to you. Like, do you notice how much less helpful she's being? I'm not saying that's wrong. She probably shouldn't have been as helpful from the beginning, but the officers having to work more to have her, can you describe this and this and that and that? Because now she's more defensive. Because now it's like, can you make it make sense? And once we get to the can you make it make sense, the interview gets real difficult for the interviewee. And you can watch them trying to now pull answers out of her when she was so chatty earlier.
Charged.
Yeah.
So here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't
Here's
produce
my
live
thing.
ammo.
Here's my thing. This company, that's new information. This company with that head stamp does not produce live ammo. Ma'am, what? I hope the prosecutor stops and lets her explain this. I'm going to back it up a second. This company with this head stamp does not produce live ammo. Were these then hand-loaded rounds?
So what the fuck?
Exactly. We're on the same page. What the actual fuck? God, I should have kept watching.
They all kind of vary a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star arc and star, yeah.
And that's the one that was discharged.
Yeah.
so here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck? That's insane.
Yep.
Wow.
So
Agreed.
how did that must have, is that one of those timer cap?
Her attorney's reaction is literally, wow. Yeah, all of us are reacting, wow.
Things I was talking about? Those older ones that like the primer
don't-
cap's still alive? I don't know how that happened then.
So this company, and you said it's a Starline Cat?
Starline.
Starline.
Starline Brass is the
Starline
company.
Brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't produce live rounds.
I will just say what law enforcement is saying to Hannah may or may not be accurate, because law enforcement is allowed to say things to Hannah to see how she will respond, even if it's not the truth. So if Hannah knew that Starline produced, and some of you have said they do produce empty casings that you can hand load, she could have explained that. So they don't always have to be accurate. They are trying to nail this down. This may in fact be accurate, but law enforcement can also implement a ruse to see what they're going to do and to see how they will answer or cover for it, to see if they can get out more information, which is another reason why if police are like, yo, no, the guy I arrested in the next room told me all of this, people generally will start talking. That may or may not be true.
So somebody's got to.
So this is used for movie sets.
Yeah.
Because they are.
Can they lie in front of a lawyer?
Totally.
Yes.
But this is from the.
Yes, they can.
Corporal, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Can you kind of describe for us what your impression was on November 9th about Starline Brass and reloads versus small manufacturers, and whether or not you learned information after that?
Yeah, so at the time of this interview and various other interviews I had done along with my own research into Starline Brass, I had discovered that they don't make their own
And
live
she's saying, no,
ammunition.
this is accurate. She's trying to explain why this is accurate and what the thing is. I'm trying to use this as a demonstrative interview. So they're trying to say, this is what we've discovered. I'm using it demonstratively. Hopefully that's not confusing, because now she's going to explain this is in fact true. This is why it's true. This is how I know it's true. This is who we've talked about to determine that it's true. But the reaction from the defendant is like, what the fuck? Correct.
They are an ammunition component company, so they would have sold essentially the casing, that brass part.
Her lying in an interview hurts her.
So
Them
at the
lying in an interview
time
hurts her.
Of this interview, my understanding in doing this was that it potentially was just reloaded rounds. And so somebody, bought the components and then made the ammunition themselves. And later on,
I really wish they would ask if reloaded and hand loaded is the same thing, because no one's defined those terms to the jury yet. Everybody just keeps using these words.
I had actually discovered that there could potentially be, maybe manufacturers elsewhere that use these components to make their own ammunition. Interestingly, one day during an interview not an interview, but a meeting with the DA's office, I was looking at my own ammunition and it had the same head stamp for duty.
Thank you.
Top of the cart, right?
The chat would like us to boop the snoot. They didn't ask, but I think they want it anyway.
That
The
should have been
snoot
the
does not
one
want to be
that
booped.
I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
Right.
So what are you saying for that? Like, somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
Made it into a live round.
And now everyone in the interview room wants to try to figure out what happened. See, now they're all like, but what happened? We want to figure out what happened. And it makes it really hard to shut the fuck up when you're now wanting to have a real-time conversation about how does this even happen, which made the question in the interview room such a good question, because now you see that Bowles and Hannah are both chatting to try to speculate about how this could have gone down and where this might have come from. Right?
I mean,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
because if they don't make,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
I'm going to back this up, because now we've got the conversation between her and her lawyer that they could have privately that they are having with the police. So
For that, somehow that should have been the one that I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
Right.
So what are you saying for that? Somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
Made it into a live round, or it just, I mean,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
because those, if they don't make live rounds, somebody had to convert it, or it was a dummy that just went haywire, I guess. Which more likely, somebody converted that to.
It can't be a dummy that goes haywire because dummies don't have any propellant in them. There's no shoot loops. There's no boom powder. There's no propellant. There's no gunpowder in them. Dummies can't go haywire. Blanks maybe, but dummies are inert. That's not a thing. Somebody had to have converted these and loaded them. That is a thing.
Take a deep breath.
That's just,
Like I said, I want to be honest with you guys about
I appreciate
you know,
it a lot. I
about
appreciate that a lot.
where we're at and what we found. Okay.
Yeah, those are mine.
I think she's
Yeah.
saying take a deep breath because Hannah's getting emotional because I think we've reached the oh fuck
And
moment.
this is what I'm saying.
I think we've
There's
just
a bunch
reached
of
it.
Random,
Dummies that fly out of places and that are left places.
well,
I
what's
think it was
weird to me is all the
negligence.
different brands.
Yeah, they're all like kind of a little different, like I told you. It's so
So
weird.
this is like a BHA. This is a S&B.
Ugh.
The rest of these are Starline.
Starline.
Yeah.
So,
I mostly have noticed the Starline ones. Yeah, I try to
you
use
know
those because
where those came from, the Starline?
I have no idea. I mean, like I've seen them a lot before. I
That's
had
the
some
norm.
on my last
Oh,
set.
that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
It's the normal of what is supplied.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to go through this again.
Did they do gun residue did they find powder residue in that Starline one?
It takes a while for.
Okay, yeah. Do you guys have any idea of how long like the labs are going to take?
They actually take a while.
Yeah.
It
Oh
just
my
depends
God.
on-
That's why we utilize that.
Are you talking like months?
How long is it going to take the FBI to beat that gun with a mallet? When are we going to get this? When are we going to get this?
Or like,
Actually, they were using the
like
quickest
years?
way to do it. At the state level, it'll take 2 years, but the
are
FBI,
you
doesn't-
fucking
no,
kidding me?
the FBI doesn't do that. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I brought the FBI.
Oh my God, 2 years?
No, but not for the FBI.
Oh, okay. I was like, I can't fucking do this for 2 years, guys. Oh my God.
That's why I didn't utilize our.
No, totally. Thank God.
3 years later.
Yeah.
Wow, that's.
This was November 8th, 2021.
Yeah, honestly, depending on how many suspected lives are in here, considering with what Sarah told me, I would kind of consider that there's another box.
This is it for.
Well, just because she told me that more than half of
I would consider there's another box. Law enforcement, this is it here.
the box she shook and was live.
Yeah, we've
So-
processed.
So like,
The
where
ones
did
that we,
where did those go?
I don't,
I mean,
when you're doing things in a state of after a traumatic situation,
Totally.
what you perceive could not be what is. Okay, so
Which is why giving an interview without a lawyer directly after a traumatic event is not advisable, because what you perceive and what is might not be the same, but what you say can and will be used against you.
we have the spent casing from Alex gun.
Okay.
We have the one that was in that box,
yeah,
which we were told that that this was the box that you were pulling from.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We have the two on the top of the cart.
Yeah.
Just
So
the ones
those
that
might
were,
have been from the box.
do you think she was doing them and then throwing them out on
No.
the cart? And she was checking.
Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there.
One in the bandolier on the top of the cart,
right.
It's a lot of interviews.
and one in Alex bandolier.
Mm-hmm.
and then the one that's unsure.
Hannah's 24 while they
that
are doing these
one's in
interviews.
that blue Sharpie box.
I mean, it's shorter than depositions.
And they.
This is not a civil case, so no depositions. This is what you get.
Yeah. They're all that type.
This is a great question. Wait, the chat jumped. There's a lot of you in here. Okay. OBG Foster. Does the lawyer get any information about evidence prior to a meeting like this? Not normally. He is discovering all of what the police have at the same time she is. This is November 9th. The shooting took place on October 21st. So they are having a conversation about it all in real time. Remember in the Murdaugh case? That's part of why Murdaugh came in. Law enforcement said, we want to give you an update about the case. And Murdaugh came in, and midway through, his attorney's like, wait, fuck, you're a suspect in this. Like that. And Murdaugh was like, what's happening? And the detective was like, sir, did you murder your wife? And he's like, I thought we were coming in here to find out what's going on in the case. And now you're asking me if I murdered my wife and son. So law enforcement might have said, we'd love to talk to your client. We'd love to hear what happened on set with her. And we'd love to give you an update on the investigation. So they're dropping all of this on them fresh.
Wow, that's crazy.
That is
My
crazy.
thing is, I mean, these boxes, obviously, I mean, you can just,
Yes, they can walk
even though
out,
these are dummy rounds,
but they want the
Yeah.
information.
you know, a majority of them, obviously. You
Yeah.
can see that.
Now you want to know what law enforcement has. So it makes it really hard in the middle to say the interview's done. That's the lawyer's job, to say the interview's done. But it's hard. And interviews are structured this way to make it hard for you, the person interviewing, to leave. Now you want the information. Now you need to answer the questions. Very hard. That's why you don't start talking in the first place.
that they are different kinds of dummy rounds.
Totally.
So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would there be mixed boxes of this stuff?
So usually, like, you know, the only thing that I try to keep consistent is if there's no primer caps or if there's primer caps. And so most of the time, just try to keep the primer caps, the ones without primer caps together, so that way I know where they are.
Okay. And then, you know, this box is, why would there be live ammo on the set?
I have no idea.
We want to know too.
At this point, it's kind of seeming like somehow these were mixed in.
Okay.
How did they get
Did
mixed
you
in?
ever do gun practice on this set?
Never, not once.
Never took the guns out for target practice, anything like that?
No, and
Remember, at this time, there was rampant speculation in the media that people had been, quote unquote, plinking, or people had been shooting the weapons on their breaks and using live rounds with the prop weapons, which never should happen during the shooting of a movie. But that was out in the media.
I think there would be like videos, pictures of that or anything. You know, everyone would be pretty stoked if we were going shooting on set.
See, I agree with you. I don't think
Okay.
so. It doesn't
Even
make
on the
sense.
weekends, there would at least be something.
But
You wouldn't
she's
suspect anyone to
grasping
tell me that you
for an
were
explanation.
out there.
I don't know why people would say that.
Okay.
Because 100% I was not, and I guarantee you people would probably have pictures and be stoked about it.
Okay. Is there any reason that you can think of
That there would be live
that
rounds
your
on set?
DNA or prints would come back on these?
Don't answer that question. I'm a prosecutor.
Maybe picking them up.
I'm a prosecutor and I don't want you to
maybe
answer that
moving them
question.
around.
Mr. Bowles. They're asking your client, is there any reason that your DNA would be on this? And at which point you say, she's the armorer on the set. She's probably touched a lot of set, but I'm not going to let her speculate about that.
Maybe not necessarily putting them in things, maybe not checking them because I'm not putting them in things.
Okay.
And, you know, I did open the box as well. So, yeah, I opened it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I still don't really remember this being the box, but, yeah. I'm pretty sure, I thought it just said dummies written on it. Did you find any box that just said, like, dummies on it?
So many boxes that
I'm just saying, like, you know, if there was a box,
Speculating is not going
I'll
to help.
look, I mean, I'll look further into it. And,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
just saying, if there was a box that like just had dummies straight across on it, you can switch boxes around, you know? I don't really know.
You
Yeah,
can switch them around like they
and
get mixed in.
for- This was all found on the cart or was in the truck?
Yeah,
or-
these were on the cart,
Yeah,
on the top of the cart. I mean, this is one on top of the cart. Where did that shotgun go after?
the shotgun?
Yeah.
That should have been there.
Where?
That should have been probably on the bottom of the cart.
She just slipped that question in. She's like pretending like she's looking through other things and she's like, hey, where'd the shotgun go?
Okay. After the incident?
Yeah, unless Sarah moved it.
What about those two other guns?
Oh, it's Sarah's fault.
So it should have been on the cart, like I said, given to Sarah.
Check in.
I'm not sure if she put the guns away or something, just out of like, you know,
Yeah, we'll
wanting to keep them
clarify
locked
that
up.
with her.
Because, yeah, I definitely didn't put anything away and I was with Brian the whole time, kind of freaking out. Right on the
And you
side.
didn't see where Sarah went. I mean, that's a long way to run with guns.
No, I didn't.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did see Ms. Zachary take some items and return them to the truck?
Yeah, so earlier in this interview, she does make a statement that she saw Sarah collecting the guns.
And did she indicate that she was taking them back to the truck? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
See where she went and she was gone for like 10, 15 minutes before you guys shut up.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay.
Which bowls said an
Yeah.
opening?
Every single one of those suspected live is Sterling Brass.
Okay.
Every single one of those suspected live is Starline Brass. So clearing up what the lives are.
Fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
That's like literally insane.
Do you guys have any questions?
No?
What to?
Yeah, what the,
Now that law enforcement has dropped all of that on them, they're like, any questions? Do you have any questions?
do you have any questions?
Oh, Vicky, thank you so much. We're going to have ad spots with them later this month with a discount, so I'll make sure that you know about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
This
super
is-
chat. That is very kind.
That's pretty crazy.
Thank you.
That's like fucking.
It is
I
fucking
don't even know
crazy.
how he would do that.
They think you did that, though. They think you accidentally mixed them in. I don't think they think you mixed them in on purpose.
Okay, well, let's get going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Law enforcement was like, do y'all have any questions for us? And they're like, we're gonna go. It's a lot of information happened.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, did she just take her notes off the table that she had given to them? Interesting. So the piece of paper near Hannah's hand, she had given to law enforcement in the first part of the interview and said, here, you can keep this. This is for you. Here you go. It's interesting after the way that the interview shifted that she's now picking that up to crumple it up and take it with her. Obviously, law enforcement doesn't care that much. They didn't tell her, don't take it. But she grabs it and crumples it up. That's interesting to me. Interesting. I mean, if you throw it in the trash, they're just going to keep it anyway. But interesting. Very interesting.
Corporal, I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 57 and for counsel, just so I don't have to connect and disconnect and do it the easy way. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are rounds that we had collected from Rust.
Are these rounds or casings?
Casings.
Okay.
Ma'am, not ma'am, prosecutor, ma'am, investigator, I
And
need you to,
at any point in time, and let's be clear, these casings in State's Exhibit 57, why are they noteworthy?
Because they contain the same head stamp and then same color primer as the live rounds on Rust.
And when you say that they're casings, they're spent casings, correct?
Yes.
So they're not dummies and they're not live rounds, they're just spent casings.
Yes.
And at any point in time were those spent casings sent to the FBI for fingerprint testing?
Yes, they were.
Who requested that?
You did.
And what were the results?
They had no yield on them.
Okay, predictably, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back just briefly to, you remember Mr. Benavidez's body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I reviewed it quite a few times.
And do you remember Mr. Benavidez being asked some questions by defense counsel about why the prop truck was not enclosed in the crime scene tape?
Yes, I remember the questions.
And did Mr. Bowles point out a truck on the video?
Yes,
Have you been to this movie set?
I have.
And where was the prop truck located?
So the prop truck was actually at what would have been the northern end of the town. If you recall in my video, I took Ms. Gutierrez to the bathrooms, and that prop truck was actually even further from that.
So the truck that was outside the crime scene tape in Mr. Benavidez's video, based on your investigation, was that the prop truck?
No, it wasn't. In Hannah's interview, she actually said that the prop truck was at that other end of
she actually
the
drew it on the
movie town,
picture.
and she specifically said, where you walked me to the bathrooms, it's further than that.
All right.
They don't test, the FBI didn't test any of those for fingerprints. They had a whole
Ms.
bunch of reasons
Gutierrez
why.
indicated to you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set, correct?
Correct.
How many boxes of dummies from Ms. Gutierrez do you have in evidence?
We found one.
Do you know what happened to the other one?
Vicky, let me send a message real quick and see what I can do. But I would reach out to support on YouTube.
And
I'll reach out on my end.
Did
as
you
well.
ever find any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was engaging in any kind of target practice or plinking, anything like that?
They
No.
should be able to take care of it. That's not a problem.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Kenny was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Sarah Zachary was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez was the person who brought the live rounds on set?
I guess it'd be circumstantial.
What circumstantial evidence are you referring to?
So
Circumstantial evidence is still evidence, but I need to know more about Seth Kinney and how you determined that he did not. He did not.
in her interview, I mean, there's a lot of things. So, that box she identified in her interview, and I asked her to show me what a box of hers would look like. She identified one on her phone. That picture on her phone matched exactly that box that we had.
And she said she did
she was the one
from
that
her
handed
last
that
set.
box to Lieutenant Benavidez, stating that that was the box that she was pulling from, along with, the various bandoliers that we collected with that live ammunition. She identified as bringing from her previous set that she worked on. And
That part,
the other
that
box of
part.
dummies, just it didn't match the box that she had brought. It was identified as one brought by Seth Kenny. The rounds inside that box did not, even just the dummies themselves didn't match in the way they looked. So all of this in totality is what we used in our investigation.
Did you ever discover any evidence as to who loaded the live round in the gun?
In Hannah's interview, she told me that she was the one that loaded Alex's gun.
All right. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Oh, she's already adjusting. The detective's already adjusting her hair because this is after watching all of those interviews. I imagine this cross is not going to start out colloquially and then move into being more aggressive. I imagine it's just going to start with aggressive, but we'll see, because law enforcement witnesses should be able to take a kind of fiery cross, especially the lead witnesses. That's not unexpected. And sometimes it comes off not as distasteful as when it's civilian witnesses, because if law enforcement didn't look into Sarah Zachary, didn't look into Seth Kinney, and ignored things pointing to sabotage on set, don't we all want to know it? And aren't we all like, yeah, why that? So I imagine this is going to be spicy. Spicy. The glasses are off. So that's a yes. That's a yes to spice. Oh, this is going to be very interesting.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowles.
So,
I like the
in your
flower
direct
tie.
testimony, do I understand that you said you did not do the prop truck warrant until the 27th because, and I'm still going, because you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck?
If that's the statement that I made.
Okay, so you stated under oath just a little bit ago that the delay in the prop truck search warrant from the 21st to the 27th was because you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
So I wasn't even the case agent at that time.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
Not my job.
My question was, you just stated earlier in your testimony that you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
Maybe if that's what I said.
Okay, then I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification as defendants O. And may I approach, Your Honor? Corporal, I'm going to show you what
The fact that he's not speaking,
ask you if you could
the fact that
review
he's
that
not
and
actually
see if you have-
speaking in real time at 1.25 is kind of incredible, because the adrenaline for a spicy cross is like, it's like starting a sports ball match or a swim meet or whatever. There's a lot of adrenaline to it, and his demeanor is very, very calm and very measured, and it's like the calm before the storm. And I'm living. Okay, I'm gonna kick this up to 1.25 because his cadence is naturally a little slow.
identify it.
That feels too
Your
fast.
highlighted portion?
I hate it.
Just the document itself. Can
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
No, hate
Yes.
it. Sorry.
What is that?
So this is the search
tried.
warrant that I wrote on October 27th to search the prop truck.
Your Honor, I'd move admission of defendants O.
I will have an obvious objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. Would you like to approach, or?
Yes.
The prosecutor knows it's going to get spicy. Your Honor, I have an objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. The search warrant is not evidence. But that shouldn't be said in front of the jury. But nobody's knocked the prosecutor for doing it yet. She keeps saying stuff in front of the jury. Your Honor, I of course have an obvious objection to pages of inadmissible hearsay. You can practically feel her looking at the jury going, can you believe this guy? Oh my God, her demeanor sometimes is so funny to me.
Do you recall that you were the affiant for a search warrant for that prop truck?
Yes.
And when I say affiant, I mean that you swore under oath to the judge to get this search warrant that these statements you made were true, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall making a statement to this judge to get a search warrant for the prop truck that, due to the information received from Hannah, affiant would like approval of a search warrant for the prop truck on scene due to the statement received about firearms and ammunition being stored in the truck? Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember making the statement to the judge that after conducting an interview with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she advised on the day of the incident that the crew broke for lunch, firearms were taken back and secured inside a safe on a prop truck? Recall making that statement?
Yes.
So this statement under oath, don't you agree with me that it conflicts with your statement you just made under oath in testimony?
In what way?
You told this jury earlier that you did not have information from Miss Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck. That's why there was a delay in doing this search warrant. But in fact, you told the judge you did have information from Miss Gutierrez Reed, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So you're asking this
Can
jury
you
to
care to
believe you today,
explain?
which of these statements were true?
Great question.
This statement or the one you told them just earlier in court?
Oh, babe.
I guess I did get a statement from her that stuff was stored on the prop truck.
Okay, will you agree with me then that the testimony you just gave under oath a little while ago was not true?
I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. You
She's
also
like, no, I'm not
stated
going to agree
that
with that, but the jury's
the-
going to be like,
You also made a statement that Miss Gutierrez Reed had unloaded that firearm, the Baldwin revolver,
it's a good
over
start.
the prop cart.
It's a good start
Recall
to a
that statement?
cross.
Yes.
And in fact,
Yeah, that's not good for her at all.
you made that statement numerous times, as I recall. Do you recall making it at least once?
Yes, because that's what she had said in her first interview.
Can you point out to me, and I'm all ears if you can, because I didn't hear it. Can you point out the timestamp where she said that about loading it over the prop cart?
I don't have the timestamp.
Okay. Do you recall Miss Gutierrez Reed's exact words
Ma'am,
in
did
that
you
first
lie in your
interview
search
about
warrant?
unloading that gun?
Or did the jury?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. If I played you a clip, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, do you want me to turn this
Is
down?
anybody gonna look at what he's showing her?
Well, I'm happy to look at what he's showing. I'm happy to look at what he's showing, but I also think probably the better and more complete way of handling this is to review the transcript. And I think we have numerous copies of that. So I'm not gonna tell Mr. Bowles how to do his job. So show me what you're gonna show her,
Well, I'm
But you are.
recollection.
I know, but
Sure.
show
and
us.
you show me what you're gonna refresh with.
This is a clip, and so if you want to play the actual video that's in there, we can do that too.
Well, you have it. She's your witness now. You do what you wanna do.
Okay, so you don't want to help us out. Is that what you're saying? You don't want to play?
Mr. Bowles,
Yeah.
you have it. You have computers. She's your witness.
Okay, then I'll play. Chat's better
You're
at
going to
operating.
refresh her memory.
I still don't know what he's gonna play.
Okay, all right.
Wait a
I
second.
have no idea what
are you
he's
showing
doing.
her?
Yeah, I'm just
Wait,
playing
you're
a
not
clip.
listening to, what are you showing her?
I'm playing
Children!
a clip of that video that was entered into evidence.
Which one, the first one?
The first one,
At what
So I
time
think
stamp?
First clip,
I think
which
this,
took 50 minutes?
but it's just a short clip. It's like 20 seconds.
But you need the
so he needs
timestamp.
to show it to me. Can we just step in the,
Yeah.
right outside the
And then you don't
courtroom
want
and
the
he can show
jury
it
to
me?
hear it.
You don't want the jury to
again,
hear.
Because you're refreshing her her memory, not
It's
re,
already- Judge, it's entered into evidence. They
that's
can hear
not, that's not true. You're refreshing her memory.
it. No, but I could play it. as
But
if
it's already in
in
evidence, is what he's saying.
Already,
And
so
play the exhibit.
they've heard it.
Then play the exhibit. Then play the 45-minute interview to get to your point, because that dampens down the point. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Can we approach for a moment, just
Yes.
to clarify this?
I'm sure they want to approach. What is happening? The lead detective just got roasted on cross and is about to get roasted again. And now the attorneys are fighting over how to refresh recollection because the prosecutor doesn't want the jury to hear him playing the time-stamped clip to the video. And she's trying to make it difficult for him. She's like, use the transcript so the jury doesn't hear it again. The jury hearing it again solidifies the point that he's trying to make, but he doesn't want to play the entire exhibit again. I think he should be able to play a clip of the exhibit, not just to refresh her recollection, but to show her, did you in fact say that? Stop trying to use it to refresh. Be like, Your Honor, we're going to play a clip. It's already admitted into evidence. Play the timestamp. Did you say that? And then play it in front of the jury again. You don't need to refresh her recollection. Just impeach her with it. Why bother refreshing her recollection? But now they're all bickering. And I think Mr. Bowles is in the right. He can play it. It's already been admitted. So I'm going to answer some of your questions. We are behind a little bit. So I'm going to try to actually zoom through this. We can do, how long are they going to be? Long. Okay, we're back. Wait, we're back. We're back. That was an unfortunate freeze. I'm sorry. All right, there we go. Her attitude seems to be a little, it was above my pay grade because producers and Alec. And that some of that's going to be true, but it doesn't excuse liability here.
Okay, Corporal, while we were kind of dealing with that,
I don't know, Captain.
I
She
wanna
was
come back to
using
that
live
question
ammo on
on the prop
Sunset.
cart
I think
loading.
on
And again,
Yellowstone, her dad was.
because Miss Gutierrez Reed did not say that in the interview we just heard. She said she went outside with Dave Halls and unloaded the revolver. She didn't mention anything about a prop cart. You agree with me on that?
I do not, because I do remember her saying something about doing it over a prop cart.
Which interview, the first or second we heard?
I believe it was the first, and then the second is where she mentioned that she was in 2 separate places.
Okay, and so we're going to try to find that on the first, and if you can find it, when we come back and redirect them, I want to hear it. So if you find that timestamp. Now,
She's not going to look for the
you
fucking
also
timestamp.
said
It's
that
your
you
witness.
did not meet Seth Kenny until October 27th, until the search of the prop truck, correct?
I believe that was the first time that I had met him in person.
Okay, well, you said the word in
I
your
don't-
first interaction.
I don't know why Bowles
with
backed
Seth
down on that. I
Kenny
think he could have
was
fought it. I don't know if
October
it's that
27th
important
for
to
the search of the
him.
prop truck.
but he
Do you
could have.
recall that?
No, I said the first time in person.
Okay. And in fact, you had a prior telephone call with him, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the day of the shooting.
I think I actually had probably a couple phone calls with him before.
On that day, on the 21st?
Just in between, in between the day of the incident and then to the search of the prop truck.
Okay, and we're going
To
to talk
bring the
about the day of the
spice for
incident. The call that you all
cross-examination.
made to Troy Teskey. Do you recall that?
Not sponsored, but we're going to work on it. For your spicy cross-examination, I have tahini gummy bears. I don't know what snacks you brought, but it is time for cross-examination. It is time to get your snacks. It's time to get your snacks. Baby got snacks. It is time to get your snacks because this is going to be good.
On the day of the incident?
I
Yes.
just like the spicy ones.
I don't recall
just like
a
the
phone
spicy
call on the
ones.
day of the incident to him.
Not that afternoon around 4 p.m.?
To a Troy?
Troy Teskey?
No,
Okay.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Noted.
Okay. And
We'll make one.
you also said that Miss Gutierrez Reed said she saw Sarah collecting guns. Recall that?
Yes.
And again, I'd like to see if you could point that out, where that is in the interview, because didn't she say instead that Sarah took stuff from the prop cart and she may
Yes,
have took
Kate.
a gun? She never saw.
Yes.
She said she saw her.
I think the phrase that she used was that she saw Sarah collect the guns. And then later on in that interview, she kind of changed her answer.
Okay, and the jury will be able to hear that too, but I'd like to
Didn't
know
you
where
change
that
your
is in
answer though?
if you know.
I can't point timestamps out to you, Mr. Bowles.
Okay. Now you are the case agent in this case, correct?
I was not at first, but a couple weeks in, yes, I was.
And so for 2 years, you've been the case agent, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can tell the jury, that means that you are basically the lead agent on the case. Is that right?
Yes.
And you collect all the information, you do all the investigation, you read all the reports. Is that right?
A majority of it, yes. And then because this case was rather large, I had assistance from other detectives and the district attorney's office.
So as part of that, you collect various sources and maybe people are helping you, but you're ultimately the ultimate
You're in charge.
person with all the information in the case. Is that right?
With what's pertinent, I would say so, yes.
I don't know what that
But
even means.
Considering how many people were involved, and how dynamic and everything this case was, it
Michael,
is
thank you
kind
for
of
the gift
not
of memberships.
essentially feasible for me to know every single piece of information. That's why
Rosebud, thank
people
you.
helped.
Sure.
I'm going to take issue with this real quick. You are the lead case agent. Early in the investigation, it might not be feasible for you to know everything. But 2+ years into the investigation, it's literally your job to know everything. It's actually your job. It's actually your job to know the entire case. Early on, you're going to need more time. But it's your job to know all the things. So while I very much liked the interview style of the lead case agent, I very much do not like the answer of, I can't know everything about the case I'm the case agent for. Yeah, the fuck you can. It's a complex case, but it's not as complex. It's not the most complex case. It's your job.
And let's start with the first interview and the day of the shooting. Now, you recall from your direct and from the videos
If she
we
starts
saw that
blaming it on
you
Sarah Zachary, I'm going to
actually
lose my
walked Ms.
mind.
Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom.
Yes.
And you were walking her to the bathroom from when she had been detained in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Incorrect, because she was not detained at that point.
She can review
well,
her case file.
Legality,
She can.
legal word, but she was
can
sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Yes.
Now, while she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car,
She was
you
sitting there
knew
because
as
there was nowhere
case
else to put
agent,
her.
what had happened that day was Mr. Baldwin had been allowed to walk around and talk to people.
I do not know anything that had happened with him or where he was prior.
Do you know now?
Do you know, as we sit here today, as a
Do you know
case
now?
agent, having reviewed the pictures of Mr. Baldwin on the cell phone, are you telling the jury you don't know he was out talking to people?
I'd say he was out, but at the time that I was there, no.
I'm talking about
Do
your
you know
knowledge
now?
today. Do you know today that Mr. Baldwin was not put in a police car like Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Why?
And you know today that Mr. Baldwin, there's a picture of him on his cell phone talking to somebody on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that there is a video of him talking with David Halls and some other people on a truck area.
I'm sorry, you said a video with him talking with...
To David Halls?
I don't know of that video.
Okay.
Play it.
In any
Play
event,
it. Where's the video?
She's in Mr. Benavides' car, and you're walking Miss Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom.
These are fair
Yes,
points.
sir.
And man, we saw
Why
that
is
you
Alec
went
getting
inside the
treated
bathroom
differently?
with Miss Gutierrez Reed, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you did that was you said that you felt like she might harm herself.
No, I didn't say that I felt like she was going to. It's
She said it's our
just
policy.
typical for us, especially because she had requested me to go with her. You know, at the end of the day, my concern is, on that day, my concern is her well-being. She was obviously very distraught at that time. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to have some sort of medical episode or something happen in the bathroom where I would have to step in at that point.
Did she actually ask you to come in the bathroom with her?
No.
Okay. But you went ahead and went in.
Yes, and I turned the opposite direction from her to give her privacy.
And would you agree with me that she'd never met you, that'd be fairly intrusive to go inside the actual bathroom with her?
That would be a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. Now, you felt like you were wanting to make sure she didn't hurt herself, including in the bathroom. And so you must have felt like she was very distraught.
Yes, I do feel like she was distraught that day.
And you also heard her say, did you not, that this was the worst day of her life? She didn't want to live. Words to that effect?
I heard the first
don't
part.
recall hearing her saying anything that she didn't want to live.
I didn't hear the
Or
second
she
part.
said, my life is over. Sorry, I misremembered that. Did you?
And I will object. I believe that is absolutely
Misstates.
a misstatement of what she said on the video. And if Mr. Bowles
Ma'am, you can just say it misstates the evidence. You don't need to do a dissertation on it.
needs to review the video, I can pull it up.
Do you recall what she said?
Verbatim, no, but
I do.
something to that extent.
She
Okay.
said, "My life is
So,
fucking over,"
After knowing that,
or something of those regards in context of talking about her career.
you all take her back to the station, and we see yourself and Talamonte sitting around a table, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Gutierrez Reed is then in the corner on the opposite end of that table, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember she mentioned at the start that something about maybe she should talk to a lawyer?
Yes.
And you all told her that, or not you, but do you remember hearing Talamonte tell her that it might be a public defender and it might take all night?
Yes, something to that extent.
Okay, so with that, that statement was made to her with her asking how long a lawyer would take to get, correct?
She did.
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall hearing that you all told her it was just going to be a few basic questions?
I did not make that statement, no, but I believe Hannah's response was that she was willing to answer a few basic questions.
Okay, and with that, she signed her Miranda waiver.
Oh, she totally
Yes.
A
waived.
waiver of her Miranda rights, is that right?
She
Yes.
totally did.
So you felt it was okay for her to do that, even in the distraught state that she was in?
It's a good
whereby
question.
You thought she might even hurt herself, possibly.
She didn't think she was going to hurt herself. That misstates her
I
testimony.
don't believe I said anything about her wanting to hurt
It's also
herself. Just that obviously we take care of the well-being of people.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the other part of the question?
Yeah, it was
that's
compound.
You answered it. Now, during this first interview, you did not tell Miss Gutierrez Reed that Helena had passed, did you?
No, I didn't.
I saw a couple questions. Samantha, good questions. No, he's not impeaching her. He's cross-examining her. It's legally different, though I can understand why it might feel the same. He is trying to poke all the holes and all the flaws and all the things, and that is the cross-examination. It's not good.
Even know that Miss Hutchins had passed away until essentially right before I told Mr. Baldwin.
So she
Okay.
didn't know
So
when
you
this
didn't
interview
know
was
that time
ongoing.
at that time either.
I did not know.
Okay. Now, during the course of that interview, I think you stayed actually at the end of the second interview that when people have undergone a traumatic event, sometimes they can say
That was the second interview.
unusual thing. I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, something about their
Perception might be skewed.
or recollection after something like that could be, I guess, misinterpreted in a way.
Okay,
That's not what she
and
said.
you've seen that in the course of your career as an officer, that after somebody undergoes a traumatic event, sometimes their memory is affected.
Yes, and that's why we conduct additional interviews.
He is doing a good job of tying up the things the chat wondered about. Is she talking the way she's talking because it's been a traumatic event? He's bringing all that in on this cross. Not every defense attorney does that on cross. I appreciate him bringing that in. So these are all the concerns, because I think he's trying to set it up so if they decide Hannah's not going to testify, they can decide Hannah's not going to testify. And he can get those things in with law enforcement and say, people just after trauma, weird things can be said. So I appreciate this direction of cross. And notice he's not getting his voice, his tone, his cadence is not changed. It is a cutting cross-examination without needing to sound angry or biting. He's very calm with the law enforcement witnesses. He sounded much madder at Ross Heisenberg.
So it's a fact. You would agree with that she had just witnessed a very traumatic, she had been through a very traumatic situation.
Right. She didn't witness it
She
because
didn't
she
witness
wasn't
it.
inside the church.
Right. So she was not inside the church. That's what.
Oh no,
you
he can't poke
concluded
holes
based
in the
on your
interview. He can poke
investigation?
holes in the
And
law
her
enforcement job.
statements.
Okay.
The interview's
And you were
bad.
able to corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, knowing that, the statement she gave, again, those could have been impacted in some ways by her being a part of a traumatic situation.
Theoretically.
Now, would you also agree with me that you asked different questions in the second interview than the first interview?
Yeah.
Yes, I asked a lot of questions in the second interview.
Yeah, it was a lot more comprehensive, correct?
That is correct.
I love Pi. I agree with you 100%. I don't know why he was
Now,
so aggressive.
you
with Russ
also
either.
know that when you take an interview of somebody, that you can use that in court against them, correct?
Their interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Can
So
and will.
While you were doing that, while you were questioning her and you all were talking to her and looked like kind of being friendly with her, you knew that you could later use that one day in court.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Uh-huh.
again,
More flies
she
with honey,
appeared
sir.
during that first right before that first interview. She was in a very distraught state.
I would say that when
I'm just gonna object to asked and answered. She's already testified to it.
That's fine. She has already said it.
He always,
Now,
she objects and he
in the
just
first
gives
interview,
in. She's not always
Ms.
right, Mr.
Gutierrez Reed
Bowles.
told you there were 3
Stand your
sources
ground,
of
man.
ammunition, correct?
in the first interview,
We like it when you
Yes.
fight with the
Not
prosecutor.
Okay, what did she tell
Very
you in the
amusing
first
for us
interview?
at home.
that they came from Seth Kenny.
Okay, and then she later tells you, the second interview, it's Seth Kenny,
I
Billy
see
Ray, and
pending
herself, right?
Post-its.
I don't know if I don't remember if she identified Billy Ray, but she did list additional sources.
Okay, and she also told you that Seth Kenny had given her ammunition for the prior movie set that she was on, The Old Way.
I don't recall her specifically saying that Seth Kenny provided that.
Pull it up.
And again, you don't remember from the first interview a statement that she got ammunition from Seth Kenny?
I just said that she did say that she got it from Seth Kenny.
No, you
Okay.
did. You just said that she said she didn't. What?
Did you try to corroborate that to pull invoices to show that Seth Kenny had brought ammunition from the to the Old Way set?
I'm so confused.
Not to the Old Way.
Okay.
I just got confused.
Now,
What?
there was talk about the idea of sabotage. And you mentioned that this came to your attention
Pocket
as part
sound
of this
pictures.
investigation, correct?
Correct.
Do you
They want
recall
Baldwin.
seeing in that
It's the
first
only thing I
interview
can
that
think.
Officer Talamonte brings up the idea to Miss Gutierrez Reed that the camera crew walking off, does she think one of them might have done something?
She did ask that.
Detective Talamonte did present the idea to Ms.
She
Gutierrez
asked.
about the camera crew, and Ms. Gutierrez's response was no, that she didn't think it was them. And
And
she
now's
didn't
your
wanna do that.
opportunity to explain. As law enforcement, we are trying to gather all possible information for all possible scenarios. That is when you explain that is in this answer.
Way of anyone.
And so that was on October 21st. So the first
But
mention that you're aware of the possibility of sabotage was your fellow detective, Ms. Talamonte, correct?
That I would say is incorrect.
Well, where did you hear it before that?
Before
The 21st, before Detective Talamonte says that. Who said it before that?
that was a theory that we threw out to try to get answers, not a theory from someone that was on set.
that's what he's asking.
Oh, so when you say we threw out a theory, what do you mean?
The sheriff's office.
So the sheriff's office created a theory?
No, again, we were trying to get answers to questions that
In the wake of a tragedy on a film set with over 100 people there, we are trying to gather and ascertain all possible information, including potential motivation, because crew had walked off. So we asked the question. She is not answering this well at all.
we had as to how or why something like this would potentially happen.
Like, there's a
So
real
was this a
succinct
ruse?
answer.
You're trying to trick people? Is that what you're talking about? You created a theory? What is that what the intent was?
The ruse
No.
comes later.
Okay, well then did you believe this theory?
Believe the theory about the camera crew?
The sabotage that you threw out, that the sheriffs put out. Did you believe there was some
It's so
truth to
compound.
that?
No.
Okay,
It is
so you
our
put out a
job.
false theory.
And I'm going
She's going to object. I know this is a newer detective, and I realize that I am blessed to work with people who had tremendous amounts of experience in my career. but she looks evasive in her answers because what she's not explaining is the investigative purpose of asking that. So it makes her look evasive. And that is not a good look for her. And now the prosecution's gonna object to asked and answered.
To object, she didn't put out a false theory. She didn't say it in the interview. It simply wasn't her.
Okay, well then Talamonte put out a
She's
false.
the
theory.
lead investigator.
Again, it's an interview, so
We're just asking
we
questions here.
can discuss things, bring up things to
Maybe explain
again
that.
try to get questions answered and figure out how to or where to go with our investigation.
Okay, and trying to get answers from people through a false idea. Did you ever actually investigate the camera crew? Did you interview any of them?
No, your
I did not
client-
interview them.
Your
no.
client told us it
Did
wasn't
anybody in your
possible.
team interview any of them?
I believe Detective Joel Cano did.
How many of them did he interview?
That would be a question for Detective Joel Cano.
Okay, and you as the case agent,
Rob, I'm beginning to believe, hi friend, that this is not a real trial, and we are on a soundstage, and we are all just being punked, and this is actually the ending of the movie Rust. I don't know if we're in actual court with real jury people anymore. I'm not really sure what's happening. I feel like we're being punked. I don't know.
you don't know that.
No.
And you don't
Society
know
has
what
rules.
the result of those interviews are.
I would have to read his reports.
And also on that idea, you brought up the idea of Starline Brass in the second interview, and that these were appeared to be reloads because
It's
Starline
so
Brass doesn't
odd.
make live ammunition. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Lyndon.
Yes.
Now you heard the special prosecutor's expert, Mr. Haig. He talked about those
I'm so
rounds
stressed.
appearing more to be reloads, the live rounds. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with him that those appear to be reloads?
Well, and obviously I have to object. It's so far outside the scope of what she could testify to. She's not an expert in ammunition. That's why we called Mr. Haig.
Well, obviously, I have to object as non-legal grounds counsel. Court has gotten wild where the prosecutor's just like, Your Honor, here's all my arguments. Then Mr. Bowles just moves on. I don't know if the judge is going to even respond, but these speaking objections are so wild.
And okay, I'll ask you another question. Do you have any?
The judge never even ruled. The judge never even ruled. He's just like, I'm good. This record is going to be such a mess. He's just like, I'll just move on. And I don't know why he keeps acquiescing. Mr. Bowles, half the time she's wrong. Stop acquiescing. She's just wanting look at her looking at the jury. Look at where her eyeballs are looking. I wish I could zoom this in. Look at her eyeballs are on the jury every time she drops one of those speaking objections.
Reason to doubt Mr. Haig that he's correct?
That's his-
Relevance?
Well,
I'll overrule.
Oh, there's a ruling.
based on your investigation as a case agent and everything that you reviewed
Ruling.
in this case, do you have any information to dispute your own expert, Mr. Haig?
No.
So if those are reloads, and you know what JS means, Joe Swanson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had known from talking to Thel Reed that Thel Reed had delivered live ammunition to Seth Kinney on the set of 1883.
I'm going to
correct?
start just saying, well, obviously,
his
again, like it's
statement,
1990,
yes.
whatever.
Yes, and you knew that
Obviously.
you had talked to Troy Teskey and that he had first been holding these and giving them to Thel Reed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you investigate the idea further?
He's tying where these live bullets came from better than the prosecution did.
Given that these were reloads, to try to figure out the source of the reloads?
No, because really what's important to law enforcement were the circumstances of what occurred that day and the facts and the evidence of what occurred during the incident.
Not where the live rounds came
Okay,
from.
well then, Miss Morrissey asked you earlier if you had any information as to Seth Kinney bringing live rounds on set, but what you just said is you were more focused on the events of the day. Is that correct?
That was our main focus, yes.
So
I
is
mean,
it fair to say, would you
fair.
agree with me that you didn't fully investigate the circumstances of these reloads?
I would say that we investigated it.
But you did not fully investigate it because you were more focused on the events of the actual day. Is that fair to say?
What
Yes.
day are we talking about? Are we just talking about October 21st?
Now, you also talked about earlier that
If they
was
say
kind
as
of a
if in court, I will
circumstantial
fall
theory
over.
about Miss Gutierrez Reed, but you have no direct evidence that you can tell a jury today that she brought live rounds to set.
That's correct.
I remember you had told me at one point that when you interviewed Sarah Zachary, she gave conflicting information. Is that true?
I don't recall.
I can't wait to bring
my
Sarah Zachary.
conversation with you. I can say that I did not conduct Sarah's initial interview, but I know it was fairly short, and I did a more in-depth one with her later.
Did you find in the course of those interviews, the one you did, her statements to be conflicting?
I believe that they were.
I can try to do that. Give me a minute.
In the course of your investigation, did you also conclude that Seth Kinney had wanted Miss Gutierrez Reed fired?
I would disagree with him wanting her fired. I believe the conversation that I had seen was that Sarah had the ability to fire her because essentially she wasn't pulling her weight.
Well, did you ever corroborate and try to investigate that with the statements of Troy Teskey and Sarah Zachary?
Corroborate.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the question, if you could.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor? I'm confused. I think the legal objection to that is compound, but I tried to add the candlelight flames to the background, so we'll see how it goes.
Objection, I'm confused.
Okay, sure, I'll reword it.
And no ruling. And Mr. Bowles is like, yeah, sure. The thing is, this prosecutor has bitten his head off about a million things. In one of his last crosses, the cross of Ross, he was trying to ask a question. She kept objecting, and he's like, can I do my cross-examination? She's like, if you would do it properly. And she's like, honestly, I'm just confused. And he's like, I'll reward it. Why? Your confusion isn't my problem. Is that a legal objection? I mean, I'm
Did you
also confused.
interview or talk to both Sarah Zachary and Troy Teskey? Did they give you information about whether Seth Kinney wanted her fired?
I don't
He
recall.
recommended her for the job, by the way. Seth Kinney.
Now, you would agree with me, would
Actually,
you not,
let's see
that
if
Miss
this works
Gutierrez
better.
Reed was cooperative with you in terms of sitting down for interviews?
Yes.
And she was also cooperative in providing her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have to do a search warrant for that?
No, I didn't have to on anyone's essentially besides Alec Baldwin's.
Okay. Yeah. Alec Baldwin had to have a search warrant, had to go through New York, and that whole process. Is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you concluded not only that Hannah was not in the church at the time, but that she had handed the weapon to Mr. Halls.
Yes.
And did you also conclude that Mr. Halls had?
Also, if he is going to spend the next part of his cross-examination flaming Mr. Halls, I'm going to let you know I have bias. I am absolutely here for it. I do not like that Halls got a 6-month misdemeanor deal. I don't like any of it. So if he's going to start flaming into what's going on with Halls, I'm going to be cheering it along because I do not like that deal. Opinion. It's not my place to make the deal. I don't like the deal. He was the safety coordinator on set, and I think he should have been held to trial the same way Baldwin and Gutierrez are. So if he's going to be flaming into balls, you're going to see me saying, "Bulls, get into the balls. Let's halls, whatever. Bulls in the halls. Just do it. I'm ready to hear somebody flame Dave Halls."
Handed that to Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, and I just want to specify this is before the incident.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have given you a time frame.
Thank
So
you.
yes, you're right. That's right after lunch and right before the shooting is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And so in that time frame, did you conclude based on all your investigation?
So by statements, that is what I concluded. However, there were opposing statements at the beginning of the investigation.
Okay, there were conflicting statements at the beginning.
Tell me about that.
Did you determine that those were not correct, those conflicting statements?
They were.
I guess I'm going to object because I don't know specifically what statement he's referring to.
Oh, sure. I'll ask you.
What's the legal objection to that then? Your Honor, I feel like I'm going to object because I don't know what he's talking about. There's a legal grounds for that. I hate these objections. So I hate it here. But I need to know more about the statements too. What conflicting statements? I've got a lot of questions here.
Okay.
Mr.
I'll ask the
Dane.
witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were conflicting with that idea?
So on the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave Halls had been the one that handed him the gun.
And I just would ask the court for some kind of an instruction
snack?
or guidance with regard to this
This sounds like you should just approach. I'm going to back up to see where we're at. Because honestly, I'm fucking confused at this point. And I'm real confused about all of this. Like, Your Honor, I'm just going to talk in front of the jury and see what happens.
I don't know specifically what statement he's referring to.
Oh, sure. I'll ask you. Okay.
Mr.
I'll ask the
Dane.
witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were conflicting with that idea?
So on the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave Halls had been the one that handed him the gun.
And I just would ask the court for some kind of an instruction or guidance with regard to this sounds like hearsay. So if it's not being offered.
Are you making a hearsay objection, counsel, or are you not? They are seeking to introduce Baldwin's statement, but what is fucking happening? If you're making a hearsay objection hearsay. If you know, you just objected asking him to clarify which two statements and didn't object to hearsay, and now the statements have been elicited, and now you're like, I need some guidance, Your Honor, because it feels hearsay-ish. I'm losing my fucking mind. God damn it. Tonight, Judge Abby is going to call me and be like, what happened in court today? I'm like, girl, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know how to explain.
Can we kind of iron that out?
Sure. And counsel asked to know those statements, but
Counsel, what?
asked to know what those statements
Well,
were.
that doesn't
Facts.
mean she opened the door for hearsay.
No, and I understand, Your Honor. And I'm just, based on her knowledge of these, the effect on her and what she did investigation-wise.
Are you
So-
saying it's not being offered for the truth?
Yes. So, and I'm not trying to get into the core of the statements unless people want to hear it.
I do. I totally
But
want to hear
I
it.
do want to
Excuse me. I want to hear it. Tell us everything Baldwin said.
ask you what certain things had impact on you and your investigation. So that's why I asked that. How did you reconcile, and when you got those conflicting statements, what did you do to make your ultimate conclusion? Did you review
That is
additional
so
information?
profound.
Talk
What
to
is,
more people? What did you do?
sir?
Yeah, so that was
That is
essentially the
9
process of
questions.
Interviewing and gathering
Objection compound.
people's statements.
Okay. Did you also learn and
I
conclude
am
that
sweating.
Miss
I am
Gutierrez Reed,
exhausted.
when she handed Halls the weapon,
I need my comfort
had
evidence. Where is
shown
it?
him the rounds?
Her statement was that she showed him what was in the cylinder, not that she took the rounds out.
Okay, and you also heard her say that before she put in the last round, that she had shaken it in her statement. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, there are actually rules of evidence for how this is supposed to go. I need to prove they exist because I feel like I've slipped into a parallel fucking universe. But everybody's cool with it. So
as part of your investigation, you also were aware that numerous people had access to that prop truck?
Yes.
every fucking
And
one.
that is
Every
because
fucking
in the
one had
day
access
it
to
was
the prop
not
truck.
secured.
I wasn't on set, so I can't
Okay.
call that, but
Your client told
But
that
did
was
you-
how about
my-
this? How about this, investigator? Your client told me that other people had access to the prop truck. But I was not on set, so I am only going by what your client told me.
understanding.
That's what your understanding was.
Yes.
And
Oh no, this isn't
did
a
you
mistrial. This is
learn in
just
the course of your
shenanigans.
investigation, your understanding that
We're just
it took
shenanigans.
cops a while to get a prop cart to use for their weapons?
I believe it took a few days for them.
Okay. Were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez Reed had to pull a wagon before that?
No.
Okay.
There's a
Never
wagon?
heard that she had a wagon.
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
There we go. That's the
You knew as
proper way
part
to
of
make
your
an objection.
investigation that Miss Gutierrez Reed was performing 2 jobs and had to support props, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements that she had requested additional training with Gabrielle Pickle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you also, in the course of your investigation, conclude that there was a lot of rushing on the set?
From statements provided to me, yes.
Did you also learn that whether safety meetings had occurred every day on set?
From the interviews that I conducted, it seemed pretty apparent that they were not conducted every day.
Okay.
It feels to me, and I don't like it, like the prosecution is protecting Dave Halls. And it's weird to me. So, but it's very vague language.
Was it also apparent to you that the safety bulletins, like for the industry, were not attached
Weren't
to the call
happening?
sheets?
That's correct.
Mhm.
Did you ever find any inventory procedure or anything that Rust Productions had put together for the ammunition that was coming in?
What did you find on
No.
set that was safe?
Did you find any inventory procedure in the call sheets or otherwise in production regarding the firearms?
No.
No inventory procedure for anything.
There was a gun safe on the prop truck, correct?
That's correct.
There was?
And was that
sorry.
that safe? Who had access to that safe?
I forget where my mouse
It would
is.
have been Miss Gutierrez and Sarah Zachary. And it was a little unclear about Nicole.
Okay, and Nicole, again, for the jury, she was the props assistant?
Yes.
Okay. At or before the search of the prop truck that we talked about earlier, did Seth Kenny obtain the code to that safe?
Yes.
Because he was the one that let you all in on the 27th into the prop truck, correct?
That's correct.
Was it his safe? Like,
In
did
the
he
course of your
provide the
Well,
gun
I'm
safe?
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up. He did not. Did you say the prop truck or the safe?
The safe, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was the
Okay.
safe
Did he
on that.
provide
he did
the
not let us
safe?
into the prop truck, but he did let us into the safe.
And prior to that search on the 27th, between the time of the incident on the 21st and then the 27th, there was at least a few days in there where that prop truck was not secure, correct?
I wasn't on scene, so I cannot say definitively.
Well, do you know as case agent that sheriffs were stationed there the entire time?
They were not stationed there the whole time, but I know they were there at least for a couple days before I obtained the search warrant.
Who had keys to the prop truck between the shooting and the search warrant? Can somebody tell me?
Okay, so at least from your knowledge as case agent, law enforcement was not present at that prop truck for at least a couple of days.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you a
Are
little
you
bit
guys starting
about
to miss Elaine yet?
um,
What lawyers do you miss in the
search
chat?
of the prop truck.
Do you miss Creighton?
On the date of 27th,
Anybody miss
and the
Poot?
search of PDQ props. What date did that occur on, the search of PDQ props?
November 30th.
Are we all missing Ben Chu?
2021.
So November 30th, 2021, that was approximately a month. And
I miss the prosecutors from the Brooks trial, though not Mr. Brooks. I miss the prosecutors from the Brooks trial. It was so smooth. I don't even remember the lawyer's name from Shabusiness, any of them, because it just went so smoothly.
10 days after the incident, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sure. And I might be off a day if I am this close. It's about a month and 10 days, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, from reviewing phone records, did you have a call with Seth Kinney on October 25th? It lasted about 20 minutes.
I probably.
Do you recall that call, which would have been 2 days before the search of the prop truck?
I don't.
Between the time of the search of PDQ props and the shooting incident, that month and 10 days, you remember how many calls you had with Seth Kinney?
No, there were a bit.
There was a lot, wasn't there? He would call you quite a bit?
Yes.
How often were you on the phone with Seth Kinney, ma'am? I got questions.
And isn't it true that he would try to give you information and try to steer you in certain ways?
Like a YouTuber
I
who's
don't
about to be
believe he was-
canceled feeding information to drama channels? What is happening? What is happening in this investigation?
Was trying to steer me in any way. I think that he was trying to be helpful in locating the source of the live ammunition.
Didn't he push this onto Miss Gutierrez Reed?
Push.
Didn't he indicate that Miss Gutierrez Reed must be the source of the live ammunition?
He probably, I mean, he may have said something to that extent.
And in fact, haven't you seen messages in the course of your investigation where he's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez Reed?
Are you referring to text messages
Yes.
in between them two?
Between them two, between Sarah Zachary, regarding the leathers from Oldway. Didn't you remember seeing those?
Yeah, there were text
Oh.
messages about that.
So you would agree with me,
Hey,
would you not,
that's-
that Seth Kinney is calling you?
That's all. A lot of that is hearsay. But Seth Kinney's going to testify. The cross of Seth Kinney, though.
He's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez Reed, whether that's
By
by
implicate, you
providing
mean
information or
hurled
what he's
her
doing.
under
But
the bus.
That's what he's doing, isn't he?
I can't make that assumption.
He's trying to yeet her under the bus. It probably does call for speculation, but we're going to see the text messages at some point.
Zachary
They're not in
worked
evidence yet,
for
but we will
Seth
see
Kinney, PDQ props.
Yes, I believe she was licensed under them.
Oh, Judy, I
And
was
you know
just
that right after the shooting,
I was making a broad
Miss
general
Zachary and Mr. Kinney
general
had text and a
joke.
phone
I was
call,
not talking
correct?
about anyone
Yes.
specifically.
And you remember that there was words to the fact that there's been a shooting,
I believe the text message said emergency.
emergency. Do you know what they
Did
discussed?
it say 911?
We're back to hearsay, and so I want to make a hearsay objection. I can't figure out what the exception would be to this.
It's not your job to figure out the exception. You just need to say, objection, Your Honor, hearsay, and then let the rest of them work it out instead of saying, I'm feeling, Your Honor, that there is hearsay, and I'm going to need to make a hearsay. The way she objects is so odd to me. Stop it.
And again, Your Honor, I'll word it in terms of her course of her investigation and the effect. And it's not for the truth. I'm just trying to find out.
Well, let's see if it had, let's see if it.
The
meets
prosecutor
effect on
has
this.
lobster hands. She wants to
Heard that
talk.
yet.
I guess my concern is that what's going to happen here is Mr. Bowles is just gonna get a bunch of hearsay out, the jury's gonna hear it, and then maybe it doesn't have an effect on the listener, and then hearsay is just out, and then we've just broken the rules of evidence. So is there a way we can
Now
do
we
this
care.
so that Mr. Ball?
Now we care about the rules of evidence. Your Honor, objection.
Objection, Your Honor. I need the shit to not be out of the horse. You can't unring that bell, which is true. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Also true. You can't put the shit back in the horse. Your Honor, I'm gonna need more. Go to sidebar!
Doesn't get to spend the next
Why
half an hour.
why don't you just ask her if any text message between the two of them, what, if anything, it had on the effect of the investigation?
Your Honor, what if anything is not a cure-all? God damn it. God damn it. We're never going to finish today. We live here now. We're never finishing today. The judge's suggestion is, sir, can you just ask what if anything? God.
I'm going to ask you that, and we're going to have Sarah Zachary as a witness, so we're not going to, but
I'm
the,
done.
after the phone call and text occurred, did you learn and did you investigate whether rounds had been thrown away on the set, on the scene?
I
wanna
received
know
a
about this
statement
too.
of that.
Okay, that rounds had been thrown away on the
Sorry, counsel.
The judge. Your Honor, did you see my commentary? Y'all approach. EDB's losing her mind. We're having too much fun covering trial. We need everybody up at sidebar now. I just saw the question pop by in chat. I know there's a lot of you in here with 18,000. Go ahead and do the YouTube things, like, subscribe. I just saw it go flying by. Have you ever seen the judge suggest a question? Yes, it's not uncommon. Yes, it happened in Depp v. Heard as well. Yes, it happens, but it's not even a Friday. This trial. It's a shame to me. The law nerds are on it. The law nerds know. There's 18,000 of you here. I think we're like number 2 or 3 on live trending or something. Like, y'all know what it is. But the fact that more people aren't watching this trial is staggering to me. When it comes to Baldwin, they will, and we're going to be like, yeah, we're already there. We already know that.
Corporal, did you investigate?
We've been on this.
But
this trial is
rounds were thrown away.
bananas.
Again, that was a statement in an interview.
And I'm not asking about the statement.
No, he's
I'm
asking if you investigated whether or not rounds were thrown away. That is, can you just, for a minute, we love the curtain bang and all, but can you just put the curtain bang away from the eye and look this defense attorney in the eye as the lead investigator and say, yes, we investigated that, and the results it rendered were blank. Not blanks. Dummies. No, not dummies. That's not what I meant.
asking if you investigated that at all.
I'm not really sure how to, if you want to reword it a different way.
Sure. Did you try to locate rounds that were thrown away?
Over a month later?
What?
I'm just asking the question if you tried
No.
to do that. Okay.
That statement was given over a month later.
And likewise, the search of PDQ props was over a month after the shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
And so there would have been time for Mr. Kinney, had he wanted to get rid of evidence if he had wanted to.
Thank
Is
you,
that a fair
Colleen.
statement?
If he had wanted to.
Did you also investigate whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck
In this case, that amuses me.
after the shooting? Because Ms. Gutierrez Reed made that statement.
And
We've reached a full "Are you not entertained" today?
what, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to? I think this is not hearsay, so I think Ms. Gutierrez's statement.
Wait, ma'am, are you the excuse me, are you the director of this scene? We're like trial, day 5, afternoon, cross-examination. I think what would be better here is if you just ask it this way. She does this on the Zoom calls too for the motions hearings, and it makes me crazy. I'm going to back up so we can get the full glory of whatever this prosecutor is trying to do right now. And then
Mr. Bowles, what, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to? I think this is not hearsay, so I think Ms. Gutierrez's statement.
Why doesn't he just ask if she did that without the added part unless
Sure.
it's necessary?
Yes.
It's kind of funny that the female prosecutor and the female judge are mansplaining how to lawyer to Mr. Bowles. Like, why are they all telling him to do his job? He just, if you have an objection, object. If he has another question, he'll have another question. Judge, if you have a ruling, rule. What? Stop telling this man to do his job. And why is she going along with the prosecutor? This judge should be literally saying to the prosecutor, if you have an objection, make a legal objection and stop. I feel like they're now teaming up on the defense attorney. And he's just like, ladies, what would you like me to do here? This is wild. What?
And I just was trying to ask for it. If you investigated whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck.
Can you give a time period?
Yes, right after the shooting, before law enforcement got there.
So during the investigation,
confused.
it was relayed to me that there had been firearms that were secured.
So
back
that's
in the
hearsay.
prop truck.
Who relayed that to you? That's, well,
And my question was, did you investigate to
she's the lead investigator. So she's allowed to say, based on this information, I investigated this. And he's trying to get there. But it's just, the questions are compound and that's muddying the waters here. He could just say, you had an interview with Sarah Zachary. Yes. Based on anything Sarah Zachary told you, did you do X? Yes. What was that? This. There's a cleaner way to do this.
determine whether that was correct?
I'm not really, I mean, I'd say it was a statement given to me, and we
The
had
pineapple ones are my favorite.
done a search on the prop trunk.
Okay,
So,
were you able to corroborate that?
well, I don't know exactly what guns
I don't know what's
Or-
happening.
identified to which actor. So I can't really say.
Now I can
so you
see her,
didn't-
which is
you
helpful.
didn't-
I would say that we followed up on it.
Okay.
Is that just a feeling
You
you
also
have?
saw on the video where a man at the scene had reached across the crime scene tape. Recall that video?
I do.
You recall seeing his hand that it was kind of like this, and he put it down on the cart over the tape. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing him grab something off the cart and then putting it back.
Do you recall seeing his hand being behind his back and coming around sort of shaped like this and then go over the tape onto the cart?
No.
You don't recall
And
seeing?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Bowles testifying. Mr. Bowles is testifying because he didn't get the right information from Benavides.
All right.
What's
Move
the
on.
objection?
I will.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor, it's your turn. I have very much enjoyed you throughout this trial, Your Honor. The chat believes you look like Sherry O'Terry. Someone in closed captioning called you Rihanna, but Your Honor, you cannot say all right to the prosecutor's nonsense of, well, Your Honor, this is now just Mr. Bowles testifying. Your Honor, can you just say to her, counsel, what's your legal objection? So we can like rein in the shit show. Like everybody needs a line buddy. I feel like we've gone on a field trip that has gotten wildly out of hand and someone's going to get lost. Like, counsel, what's your objection? Sustained, denied. Can we get back to that? This feels like fucking chaos.
You don't know whether he
And I
put
want Mr.
something on
Bowles
the
to say
cart or whether he
no.
took something off, do you?
And I will object to foundation because this witness wasn't there.
That's why I asked her if she didn't know. That's why I said you don't know.
He's like, that's why I'm asking the foundational questions.
All
Oh
right,
God.
So she's already said that she doesn't know. So let's move on.
Now, I want to ask you more about Seth Kenny. You never took his fingerprints,
I don't go
Correct.
here anymore.
Correct.
and you never
She doesn't
took
even
his
go here.
DNA,
I don't go here
correct?
anymore.
That's correct.
I don't know what's happening.
And you also never took his phone to be downloaded like the other phones that you took, right?
That's correct.
Why not?
So, Mr. Kenny, I know you mentioned had shown you certain text messages and other information, but you never got the entirety of what was on his phone, correct?
It wasn't a full extraction, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right. It
Why?
was not a full extraction.
That's correct.
And
Did you have all of his
in
text
contrast,
messages?
You got extractions of phones for Ms. Gutierrez Reed, Sarah Zachary, Mr. Halls, and Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes, because they were on the set.
Okay, and you had mentioned
Meaning?
that before, but actually Seth Kinney was the primary source of ammunition to the set.
I will
right?
object to the form of that question. It is completely contrary to the evidence that the jury has heard, and Mr. Bowles knows it.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. And I'm asking her a question that's perfectly permissible to ask her. If she
Go ahead
disagrees.
and ask the question.
Yeah,
Okay,
because what's the legal grounds for the objection? If the legal grounds is, Your Honor, he knows he can't do that, the response from Bowles should never be, okay, I'll move on. The response from Bowles should always be like, actually, I can.
Look, my question to you is, were you aware that Seth Kinney was the primary ammunition supplier to the set?
Yes.
I don't know if I would say primary, but he was a source of ammunition.
Why are you
Okay,
being
he was a
evasive?
source of ammunition to the set. And knowing that, isn't it true that it would be possible for his fingerprints to be on the boxes or ammunition he supplied?
It could be possible.
And in fact, you submitted
Exhausted.
for potential fingerprints those 4 blank rounds that we saw earlier to the FBI, right?
Yes.
But you did not send any of the live rounds for fingerprint testing.
I think that was discussed with the FBI. Why?
And I understand that, but why
That's not
would
what
it
he
be
asked.
different in your understanding to send the blanks versus the live rounds?
I'm sorry, the blanks.
The blanks you sent for fingerprint testing, why were they different? And why could you not have sent the live round? Why is there a difference?
But yeah,
You mean
I'm
the
stressed.
cartridges?
The cartridges.
I very much like order in trial. There's like an order to things, and the lack of order, like the chaos, is stressing me out. Because here's the thing with the ADHD, I really like knowing kind of how things are going to go, and the order they're going to go in. And this is not following any of the rules or patterns that I am used to, and it is stressing me out. I don't understand. I'm entertained though, so I mean, this is just what this is why we watch trials from all over the country. Different courtrooms operate differently, and sometimes it's wild. And this right now is wild.
Okay, those
I'm
aren't
sorry.
blanks.
I'm not blanks. I'm sorry. The cartridges you sent.
So yes, it's
you're
stressing
right.
me out.
Already fired
This is not how
cartridges
this
that you
goes.
sent. Why is that different than the live rounds?
That test was not requested by us.
The test. Which
For
test?
those cartridges,
For which cartridges?
you're talking about the 4 casings,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yes. So
Yeah,
that
past Emily
test
did not
came
set
from Ms.
future Emily
the
up for success
request for it
tomorrow.
came from Ms. Morrissey.
Okay, so the special prosecutor decided that she was going to try to test
Objection.
the cartridges
Objection.
for the fingerprints. Is that right?
Objection.
Yes.
Calls for
So-
speculation.
Given that, I'm just trying to figure out
We're fine
why
with
the
that.
live rounds couldn't have also been tested.
Morrissey's the prosecutor.
I had that discussion with you several times, I believe.
Not in
Right.
front of the jury.
We did. We talked.
Ma'am, you didn't have that conversation in front of the jury. See, this is the jury people are there. So even if you had this conversation multiple times, you need to have it again because the jury is here now. So this is, ma'am, how often have you testified?
About it, and
Yes.
I just still wanted to ask you why those weren't submitted, because wouldn't that have been possible?
I think you heard testimony from the
Calls
FBI
for
that
speculation.
they wouldn't.
There was I don't think they said they wouldn't. I think they said a very
Objection
low
asked and
percentage.
answered.
Correct.
Can I just
So
stop this
that-
now?
Again, I had this discussion with
Why
the
is she answering
district
this?
attorney's office, with our crime scene technician, along with our FBI Albuquerque representative. And I believe we took it back to the lab representatives as well as.
I don't know why this answer is coming in. Ricky said, from an appeal perspective, do half of these objections even count? No, because they're not legal objections. Also, the objections you don't make don't count. So I think we've had like 3 actual objections in this trial. So
To DNA and latent print testing
they do that.
on the live ammunition that we had found on set.
She's reiterating the
So the
testimony from
reason
the FBI.
why we did not proceed, which I had discussed with you,
Per my
as
last
to
email.
why we did not do that testing was because there were several statements throughout my interviews and investigation in general that these live rounds had already been touched, handled. This wasn't day 1 of filming. I believe this was day 12. So we had already had statements that these rounds, one may have came from other movie sets, which were the ones in the bandoliers. The ones in the box had been handled by Sarah Zachary, along with, the ones that were in the weapon handled by Hannah and Dave. And there's just a lot of handling of those rounds.
Everybody's fingies were on it.
To us and the discussions that we had, it didn't make sense for us to do testing on those when we already knew that there were.
Why is he letting her
numerous people
continue? This is
handling them.
non-responsive at this point.
It didn't make sense, which I discussed that with you. And I also
That's
referred
not a
if you had
serve.
any issues with that going further to discuss it with the district attorney's office.
And you had no idea when those rounds appeared on set. You didn't
No,
have any direct evidence of that.
no.
When they did?
Yes.
No.
The only evidence I have of when they came on set is what your client told me.
So you have no idea if they appeared on day 1 or day 11.
The only information I have is what your client told me.
So given that, the statement you just made about all this handling, you really don't know that,
Good follow up.
do you? Because you don't know when they came onto set.
Again, there's a lot of people handling that stuff. on
And is
set.
that just
Well,
an
if they-
assumption?
If they appeared on the day in question, if that box had just appeared,
Then people wouldn't have been handling them.
then you have no idea how many people handled those.
That's
do
a
you?
good follow up.
If that box had just appeared.
Yes, right,
If.
right. You don't know.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So shouldn't you have
And so,
tested it? So therefore you didn't do your job,
You
is what he's
also
saying.
heard Ms. Gutierrez Reed state that they would frequently use dummies, and then they would mix them out with other boxes. And I asked Popple that. Did you hear that testimony?
What?
Yes.
And so you don't know one way or another, because you just saw the boxes as they were in the 21st, whether those were the same rounds in the same box on the 18th.
Hannah looks bored.
That's correct.
Hannah, court's
And you
spicy.
wouldn't know if they had used
today.
them before.
No
and
need to be
changed
bored.
them
This
out of
is
a different
spicy
box.
court.
Correct.
Who are you referring to?
Ms. Zachary and Ms. Gutierrez Reed, if they use them in the course of a day, you don't know which box they would have put them in.
That's correct.
When you went to Mr. Kenny's business to search, that was pursuant to search warrant again, correct?
Yes.
And so a judge again signed a search warrant on probable cause to search that business, correct?
Yes.
And you were looking for certain evidence of live rounds, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Oh, this has all gotten much
Did
more
you
normal.
take a series of photos at that search warrant?
Did I know?
Okay, Ms. Popple did.
Yes.
But you were present to see the various things that were there and that were being photographed.
Yes.
There was a
I think she might have been in
picture that I
court
wanna show
anyway.
you
It doesn't
in a
help
moment
her,
of a
though.
box of ammo that had a steel wool in that picture. Do you recall that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
I want to show that to you.
Stephen, yes, she did. Stephen said she went from sis, I got some tea. Let's go read my burn book together too. I don't
So,
even go here.
I do have an objection. This photo is not in evidence, and I don't know that the photo can come into evidence.
You're a mind
through
reader
this
now.
Witness. Would you like to approach, or?
I want to see what he's.
You're not the
Alright.
judge. The judge asks you, would you like to approach? You say to the judge, may we approach? The courtroom decorum is killing me today. I don't know why I'm so fixated on it, but now I can't stop. Light Queen, thank you for the gifted memberships. Chloe, thank you for the gifted memberships.
So this picture is the one that
The gallery's not even paying attention.
No. I told you the other picture from Mr. Kenny was coming in during his testimony. That is a photo that you should have gotten in through Ms. Popple, and you can call her back if you want to.
Well, if you want to, I'm gonna ask her if she recognizes it.
He's
If I
like,
can approach her.
I'm not going to do that. Now they're going to
You
fight over the
recall-
picture because the wrong person.
Yeah.
Let's see if you recognize that box.
Rob, are you still here? Can we die together? I've never seen anything like this.
So
Ever.
you don't remember?
You should have gotten that in through this spot. I have never.
Seeing this particular box.
I don't
and
even have
steel
pearls to
wool and
clutch.
Rounds in here. You don't remember this from the
Your
search?
Honor asked and answered. She's already said.
Runkle's here too. Lawyers unite in the chat.
Okay, we'll call Officer Popple back. Let me ask you this. How many times have you prepped your testimony with Miss
I'm
Morrison?
dying.
A few.
How many times have you met with her? How many days?
I couldn't say an exact number.
Was it 2? Is it 3?
I'm the
Again,
lead
I couldn't
investigator.
say
I
an
talk to the
exact
DA a
number.
lot.
So you don't know how many days you've met to prepare.
An exact number? No, and
No.
I don't want to just assume.
Okay. Have you talked to her on the phone about it?
Yes.
More or
Did you
less
go
than
over
Seth
the
Kenny.
questions she was going to ask you and your answers?
Yes.
So in essence, you practiced for today, right?
Yes.
So your
Did you
testimony,
practice
that
across
you've
with
gone over
anyone?
these exhibits, you've gone over what you're going to say today.
Yes.
That's correct.
So when you gave those answers earlier, in fact, you knew what a particular exhibit number was. It was 48. That was something you all had discussed, wasn't it?
I don't believe the specific exhibit number, but again, she showed me when she would ask about it.
On a break?
No, in court.
Just now when she
Right.
would ask about
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't know off the top of my head what Exhibit 48 is, and I don't know that the witness does. So in order for this to make sense.
There needs to be an
She-
objection.
She didn't ask for clarification.
All right.
I think we're just going over this.
Well,
Your Honor, maybe if you responded with, is there an objection here, counsel? Or are you just speaking in open court? She would shut the fuck up. So maybe that. Instead of, we're just going over it here. I did not expect this trial to go this way. I really didn't. I didn't expect any of this courtroom behavior. And the judge was so direct in the motion hearings. And now the judge is just like, I mean, we're just working through it together.
the witness does. So in order for this to make sense.
She
and for her to-
didn't ask for clarification.
All right.
I think we're just going over this.
Well, if he's
Okay.
mentioning me, I don't know what he's talking about.
Thank you.
Well, she does, because she was the one that
Let's
prepped you,
move
right?
on.
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Did Miss Morrissey prep you, or was it somebody else?
Yes, she did.
So
Did
she
she
was
prep you
there
for
talking
cross?
to you, right? Or on the phone or in person? She was the one talking to you. correct?
Yes, it's pretty normal to prep with
He could have-
the attorney you're working with for a trial.
Non-responsive, but okay.
Did you help prep other witnesses in this case with Miss Morrissey? Were you present?
We have gone from the beginning of cross, where this witness gave conflicting and misleading testimony, to where the fuck are we? And I worry if the jury has even remembered what happened at the beginning of this cross-examination, because this has gotten so fucking weird that I imagine the jury is just like, what's happening here? And now, the only takeaway I'm left with from this lead investigator is that she's being evasive and not answering any of the questions. But I don't know if we have anything specific with that.
No.
Okay. As a case agent, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wondering if you were present during other interviews.
Asked and answered. She already said no.
Move on.
Okay.
This is
Now,
the end of the movie Rust. This
um,
is not an actual trial.
Mr.
I'm convinced.
Baldwin, I want to talk about him.
Teasing.
You and Mr.
Yes.
Baldwin had 2 phone calls that you recorded. You recall that?
How are these coming in?
Yes.
And did you have other phone calls that were not recorded?
There may have been.
Would that be unusual for, in your standard operating procedures, to have a call with a suspect that you do not record?
So it was a phone call. So no, we're not really required to use lapels to record phone calls.
Okay, with that,
With suspects? How often do you talk to suspects on the phone, though?
is that true though? When you have a suspect in a shooting case, he's the one accused of shooting. If that person calls you, you're saying you don't have to record that?
By policy, no. I've had numerous phone calls where I potentially didn't have a lapel near me. They take time to turn on. So
Are you telling me it's just
it's
inconvenient?
possible. There are probably other phone calls in this case that weren't recorded as well.
Do you remember the substance?
Why are you
of
offering
the
that?
unrecorded phone calls?
Did you make a
Can you
report?
Point them out. I don't.
We don't.
Did
I
you make
don't
a
know
report?
Because we don't have them recorded.
Did
Just
you make
wondering if you can remember any of the substance.
Did you make a report?
No.
So
Did you write it down anywhere? Spoke to Baldwin at this. Did you make a report though?
in the recorded phone calls, do you recall a call of 13 minutes with Mr. Baldwin, approximately, in which he was driving to Vermont?
I'm sure that there was one.
Yeah,
And
because the
you
phone
recall
records
that-
he has.
that he was,
Come over here.
okay.
Wait, did the judge just say come over here? The judge just said come over here. The judge did not say approach the bench. The judge literally was like, come here, come here. Like she's Jordan the Stallion. Bring it in closer. What are you doing, Your Honor? I'm going to fall over. Come here. This is not real. No trial doesn't normally go like this. I'm gonna breathe for a second and I'm going to answer some super chats. I'm gonna try to answer some questions, super chats. Zoe said, why is anyone but her, the armorer, touching the guns? No idea. It seems awful. Great 14 months being a law nerd. Thank you for all you do. You are welcome. Law nerds, I should take a minute to remind you because I have not done it today, and I'm pretty sure that that's all bad on me. One, if you love live trial coverage and want to know the ins and outs of what's going on while I'm traveling and when I'm going to be streaming and all of the nonsense, lawnerdapp.com will get you taken care of. Unfortunately, I've got some travel during this trial. They don't consult my schedule. Maybe in the future they will. But lawnerdapp.com will keep you in the loop. Free, iOS, Android, all the things. Two, for those of you looking for the Law Nerd tumblers, they are limited edition, but there are still Law Nerd tumblers in the Law Nerd shop. So if you want to pick them up, even if you've already gotten one, those are available to you in the Law Nerd shop. Today's podcast is up. It's a long one, but it's an important one, going over the depositions in the Petito case. So in the future, if you're like, Emily's talked at me for 6 hours today, I don't know what to do with myself, there's a podcast waiting for you if you need it. You mean Dave consulting your schedule, Emily? No, I need court to consult my schedule so I can accommodate Dave's schedule. When I was a DA, I used to be able to say, Your Honor, we need to be dark on this day. I'm actually going to Dave with friends that are working attorneys, and they have the day off. I don't have the day off because it's not my trial. I feel like I'm in trial, but I'm not. I'm anxious. But I get to zoom through stuff, which is super helpful. Can a jury member raise their hand and go, Judge, respectfully, what is happening? I'm so lost. I don't know if a juror would. I think they just sit there and wait for people to explain it to them. Imagine what this would be like without commentary. I miss Attorney Shannon Smith
Corporal,
from the
did you
Jennifer
ever-
Crumberly trial.
And I don't want to know the substance, but did you ever talk to Troy Teskey?
Every day
this
was
case?
entertaining.
I believe very briefly.
And again, I don't want to know the substance of the call, but what during that call was Seth Kenny present?
I believe so.
Thank you for the gifted memberships. So you're talking to witnesses while other witnesses are present? Really?
And again, was this right around the time of the shooting?
Interesting.
I don't recall the date.
Okay.
Stephen, I also wish to give them the side eye. The thing is, when you have, the prosecutor and the detective, the behavior in court, oh, it's getting grumbly outside, kind of encompasses Hannah's behavior too. I would have preferred to see the demeanor of the prosecutor and the demeanor of the lead detective more starkly contrast Hannah's own behavior, and it's not. And that's bad for them.
You, again, not getting into the substance, you did talk to Thel Reed
I think real bad for them.
in the course of this case, correct?
At your request.
And you did talk to him though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
At
Did you
your
ever talk
request.
to Joe Swanson?
At your request.
I don't believe so.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
On those boxes, the JS, I think you confirmed those stand for Joe Swanson.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay.
And sir, I'm just trying to go check Nashville severe weather. And Ryan Hall, y'all, could you ask
Okay,
some
Your
more
Honor, just a
questions?
moment.
Can you ask some more questions so I can do, sir? Sir, okay. I think this counts as all of the shenanigans. I think this is definitely shenanigans. It's fuckery. It's pigeon business. It's the courtroom decorum is wild to me. Was this prosecutor in the movie Monster? No. Law nerds, her coloring is the same though. Law nerds, no investigation could be as weird as the Low Country Sled, New Mexico hold my beer.
See these transcripts?
To be fair, the coroner in this case, though I was surprised by their determination of manner of death, the coroner did not put their hands in the victim's armpits to determine the time of death. So, asterisk the coroner. The coroner in the Murdaugh case is the wildest shit I've ever seen. But the rest of this is kind of strange. But none of the lawyers had pointed guns at the other lawyers. So we're going to have to keep a running total.
On the prop code?
The courtroom decorum here is wild, though.
I don't know what you're handling.
Mary Queen of Shot said, Your Honor, you can't put the poop back in the horse
Okay,
because it's a weird animal.
yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
What is happening in this courtroom? And I wonder if her behavior is going to start to piss off the jury. Because it's disrespectful. Like, it's really disrespectful. I would lose my mind at this. Listen to this. We're gonna back it up because it's just so it's outstanding. And the fact that the judge has not said, excuse me, counsel, blows my mind. Blows my mind.
I don't know what you're handling, sir. It's what you need on the hearing.
I don't know what you're handing me. There are times you're going to be shocked. As a prosecutor, that I could be quite snarky. Not in front of a jury, though.
Is this what I? It's what you emailed me. Okay.
This is non-jury behavior.
Yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
I've reviewed every word.
So should you. I get the sense that he's trying to admit something into evidence and she knows exactly what's in it. And she's like, okay, if you want to do that, fuck around and find out. But what?
So, ma'am, you recall when I started this, I asked you a question about the first interview and where in that first interview, Miss Gutierrez Reed had said she loaded it over the prop card.
Oh, they're getting into the transcript. Why is the judge letting this play out? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I mean, as far as trials that are being streamed go, though,
that she unloaded that gun over the prop card. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I believe I remember her saying something to that extent.
I didn't know we were pausing here. What the
Okay,
fuck's
do you
actually
recall,
happening? I don't know. Do you think
if
she
I
has the
showed
jury
you
on her
pages
side?
of the
I don't know.
transcript, would that refresh your memory as to the exact words that she had said?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I may approach?
All right. He's approaching the witness.
You can read those to yourself, please.
I don't know what anyone's
And
doing
it should
this
be
afternoon.
highlighted.
I don't know what anyone's doing this afternoon. I am so deeply confused.
I would request that the witness read the entire thing. Not just Mr. Bowles' highlight.
Are you giving instructions to your witness on the stand? Can we do that now? Is that allowed now? I didn't know that was allowed. That's allowed now to just coach the witness? If the defense doesn't say, Your Honor, I would like you to instruct the prosecutor to stop coaching the witness, I'm going to lose my mind. And I bet he doesn't. But you can't coach the witness. That's okay.
They're not, I didn't highlight them.
Well,
So,
someone from the defense team highlighted them.
okay, did you get to review them? Did you?
I am asking that the witness review all of them.
Stay focused. We're gonna look at this.
I'm gonna answer questions and go back to live streaming now. I thank you, Bex, for the gifted memberships. Are we approaching Chewbacca defense territory? I don't even know what's happening. I am flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. I'm kind of speechless that the prosecutor is just coaching the witness in front of the jury on the stand, because this witness has already seemed to come off maybe a little bit evasive. And it just looks worse. It looks like the prosecutor thinks that this witness can't do their job. KP said, if I was on the jury, the prosecutor and judge would turn me off because they seem to attack the defense attorney. And generally, I don't think a lot of people have beef with the defense attorney. Until there's some defense attorneys that annoy the shit out of me. But other than the way he questioned Ross and some of his behavior in the interview, I very much liked his style. And if the jury very much likes his style, the ganging up on the defense attorney is great strategy for the defense. Why? Because he's arguing that production and Baldwin and everybody else ganged up on his client. And the jury's watching this play out with the prosecutor and the judge all just kind of yelling at Mr. Bowles at once for shit they shouldn't be yelling at him for. But I have no idea how it's playing in the courtroom. The media looks bored. The jury looks bored. And we're all over here losing our minds. Is anyone paying attention? I don't know what to do anymore. I think Vincent Van Gogh has to travel with me. I don't think I can stream tomorrow afternoon without my goat. I just don't.
Can we get the page numbers, the transcript that are being handed to
This
the
afternoon has been like two toddlers.
Because you looked at them.
I didn't take note of the page numbers.
Courtesy gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
I believe it's page 28 through.
The judge's tone. You can give her the page. You don't have to give her the transcript. It's very much children.
32.
You're not the one examining. Please let him answer.
Let me back up. The judge finally checked the prosecutor. Finally.
To the witness.
You probably should have had those because you looked at them.
I didn't take note of the page numbers.
Courtesy gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
I'll give her the
I
page.
believe it's page 28 through 32.
You're not the one examining. Please let him answer.
I will withdraw the
No.
request.
All right.
Me sitting agape is not commentary. I don't think anyone has an EDB live feed. I think if they're watching anything, they're watching the chat. You can all say hi, because chat's amazing. This courtroom is as wild as a Real Housewives
You have a chance to
reunion.
read those?
I haven't even had time to
Yes.
read new Real Housewives lawsuits.
You can hand those back.
That's gonna
Can
be
I just
my
read
morning.
her statement?
No, it's refreshing your memory.
Okay.
You wanted the quote, but it's refreshing your memory. So
Okay.
you can
Does
remember
Melissa
from
want to change
memory.
your mind, or-
Wait, why are the judge and the defense attorney talking over at each other at this witness? Who's on first?
I'm gonna
What
let
are you
him-
saying, Mr. Bowles? Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying.
What would you like?
We're never getting through this trial today. I'm sorry. We live here now. This is the wildest. This isn't the wildest exchange. This is the wildest afternoon.
Just read her statement.
Runkle, I'm sorry that your evening stream is going to go till 3 a.m. because what the fuck?
No, it's refreshing your memory.
Okay.
You wanted the quote, but it's refreshing your memory. So
Okay.
you can
Does
remember
Melissa
from
want to change
memory.
your mind, or- I'm gonna
What
let
are you
him-
saying, Mr. Bowles? Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying.
What would you like, sir?
We're trying to get to the truth. That's what I think.
All right, you all. If you all ask your question, I'll let you have coffee. Let's focus here with our.
Children, I let you have coffee. I let you bring coffee into my courtroom despite being worried about the rug, and y'all are still acting like assholes. I gave you coffee. Do you need snacks? Maybe she'll let them have snacks. Ben Chu did well with snacks. But she's like, I need you all to stop acting like children. And the prosecutor's sitting there smirking. Like everyone thinks this is a joke. And the thing is that everyone's laughing. The prosecutor's laughing. The other defense attorney at the defense counsel table's laughing. The thing that's frustrating me at this moment, even though I am often amused by their shenanigans in court, is that I am pretty sure Helena Hutchins' family is watching this trial and they are not laughing Because at the end of the day, the victim's family has got to be completely put off by what a fucking circus is it. There is no solemnity to this at all within the courtroom.
Caffeine and ask if she remembers what was said to her.
And she's looking at the jury smiling.
Ma'am, do you remember now the exact words that were said?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her statement was, I took them all out. It was there on the cart too.
Okay, and again, and this is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said,
All right.
Object then, counsel. The prosecutor's sitting there looking at the judge like this. Object then. Make an objection.
sounded funny?
Yes.
You
All right. You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to spare you a little. All right.
Look at the prosecutor starts laughing. He hears it. The prosecutor is laughing in open court. And the other prosecutor's looking like, what the fuck? And that's when the court is going to take a break. And she better rip into all of these attorneys. The problem is we're probably not going to get to see it. We got to see it when it happened in the Rittenhouse case, when the judge was like, don't get brazen with me. We got to see that. Look at this behavior in court.
This is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said,
All right.
sounded funny?
Yes.
You
All right. You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to spare you a little. All right. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise.
Hold on. I'm going to back up so I can move the closed captioning. She's still laughing.
You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to spare you a little. All right. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise.
No, you need to focus back on the attorney's court TV. I don't care about Hannah looking bored this afternoon. I need you to focus back on these attorneys that are acting like a fucking shit show. Thank you. Thank you very much to the fine producers at Court TV. I'm sorry that I yelled. I'm a little bit. Wait a second. And the defense attorney is now standing next to the prosecutor laughing with him. Am I crazy? What is happening in this courtroom? They all better stand there waiting for the judge to. Why are you still laughing? Is the judge joking with them? It looks like the judge is joking with them because they all seem to be laughing.
I guess here's my problem, Judge. This has been entered into evidence. So I did refresh your memory.
Well, the transcript hasn't been entered into
The
evidence.
transcript, but the actual words of this should reflect what was said on the tape, unless there's objection by the government.
We should be able to hear this. We should be able to hear they're still on the record. We should be able to hear the on the record argument. But I think the court doesn't want anything published that's not in front of the jury. I'm going to answer your question. Jesus Christ. I'm going to answer your questions. Jesus is like, please excuse me. Please exclude me from this narrative. I'm going to answer some questions as we zoom up. I don't know. There were definitely times I have been snarky in court, never in front of a jury. But it's really ugly to watch. Like, it's really, really ugly to watch. The prosecutor acting that way. I don't like it. Prosecutors are arms of the government. They have a tremendous amount of power. And that, I think, requires some solemnity. I don't know if they feel like because there's nobody else in the courtroom, this is a real casual work environment. It's just a circus in there. And I just do, maybe I am being very uptight about it, but I do not like it. Will the lawyer have seen Tamara? Thank you for bringing it in. Tamara's bringing it in with a great super chat from earlier in the afternoon and a great question. Will the lawyer have seen the first interview before doing this one? Possibly not. By the time Hannah went to do the second interview, they might not have had or given to the defense the first interview. It's possible, but it's possibly not. No excuse, but I wonder if Bowles didn't expect this to end with charges in a trial. He might not have. They might have been trying to help figure out what went on to explain why charges shouldn't be brought. I'm going to try to pull up some more, but I do want to get through the court day and answer questions at the end. I'm flabbergasted. Question, will we also get to watch other people's police interviews? Sarah Zachary, Halls, Kinney, or is it hearsay? It's hearsay, but if they're on the stand, they can be impeached with them. There are ways they can be used. Tell me the jury.
Obviously.
Tell me the jury has a question.
Obviously, State's Exhibit 67, which is the interview of Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Kathy.
At the police station on October 21, 2024, is relevant to both parties, and that's what they...
The detective did a great job interviewing. I have a lot of notes on the testifying part. Great at interviewing. We're gonna have to work on the testifying.
We're not going to consume any more time. It's an evidence. You can certainly view it and come to the conclusion that you come to, okay? All right, thank you. And I have a question. Not that one. I'm looking for my stickers.
I hope it's a question from the jury, and I hope that question says something. Oh, chat. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm hoping it's a question from the jury. Go ahead and put it in the chat. Wrong answers only. It's late in the day. I hope you all have snacks. Charles says, what happens if a defendant refuses to cooperate? I'm not sure in which context, because this was from a minute ago. Defendants can refuse to cooperate in interviews. Defendants have a Fifth Amendment right to, shut the fuck up. That's paraphrasing. Defendants don't have to cooperate with the interview or with the investigation like this. They do not have to. And Shannon Wing says she has no permit to carry. Gee, I wonder why. Love from Scotland. The armorer doesn't have, it seems, any gun qualifications other than my dad and I used to shoot. You know what? I'm going to shock you. Chat. My dad and I used to go surfing. I am not qualified to teach other people to surf. It's a really weird example because, I guess you could die surfing. It's rare. We're not Laird Hamilton, but no, I'm not qualified.
Corporal, I want to take you back to the 4 spent casings that we were discussing. Do you remember where those spent casings were found?
I do not.
Do you have any information about where and by whom they were fired?
No.
I wish they would. I don't know why Cross is over. I don't know why he gave up. I don't know what happened. There seemed to be contradictory evidence, and they just let it go. Jury, please make it stop or provide popcorn. Are we at snark level
Corporal,
midnight?
you were asked by Mr. Bowles if...
Yeah, the defense is done. It's weird. This cross started out so strong, and then all the wheels came off of this courtroom. That's not just on Mr. Bowles, on this courtroom, everybody, all the wheels came off, and now we're here.
The stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
This is good follow-up. I don't know how you remember what happened.
As a trained law enforcement officer, do you know
Thank you for reminding
the consumption
her.
of drugs also affect a person?
Mr. Bowles, are you regretting asking these questions now? Because now we're going to get to rampant speculation. I think I might hate this too.
If the stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you know, can the consumption of drugs also affect a person's memory?
Yes.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about your contact with some witnesses, and I want to follow up on that. You spoke to Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to him at Mr. Bowles's
Bowles
request,
didn't
is that
object.
correct?
That is correct.
And
Yeah, Bowles didn't object, and I
when
don't
you
think he gets a
spoke
surcross.
to Mr. Reed, he told you that the ammunition,
I'm gonna object this hearsay too, if that's what we're doing.
well, but it came in through him.
Your Honor, if she can object to hearsay, I can object to hearsay. And her response is not why there's a hearsay objection. Her response is he started it. That's what's happening right now. Her response is legitimately he started it.
He was actually asking about the specifics of the information that she
You know what,
received.
approach, so we can.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Excuse me, Your Honor. But he can, so I can.
Conversation with Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Do you recall the description you were provided from Mr. Reed about the type of bullets that he believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described.
Don't say that. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you conducted,
The proper way to answer that question, because I need to feel grounded in my profession at the moment, the proper way to answer that or to ask that question is without telling me what he said. Did he tell you if A or B? Instead of saying to the witness, don't say that, just say yes. Ew.
the search of PDQ, did you find live ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Was the live ammunition consistent with the description provided by Mr. Reed?
Yes, it was.
Are photos of that ammunition entered into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
NJ Kathy said I was watching sheep shearing in between testimony to relieve
Now-
stress.
You were
bird
asked some
feeder's been
questions
helpful
about
today. Except my cardinal's kind of a dick out there, but you know.
the photograph of the box of ammunition that Ms. Gutierrez showed you during.
I'm going to pause this. Matthew, I am deeply regretful that I did not see this earlier. Matthew Felty raises a great point that I did not catch. Shaking rounds whilst having the her earpieces in with all of the chatter on the radio did come up in the interview. It's a great point, and it was brief and it was kind of skipped over. I don't know if anybody will bring it up again. They didn't ask her if she had like just one ear in or two ears in, but she did say in her interview, they were talking over the radio so much she wanted to just take it out and throw it. That is it, Matthew. That is an excellent point.
The interview, do you recall that?
Yes.
Daryl's objections were more concise.
Why is the description
I've let
or
YouTube know,
appearance
John.
of that box important for this investigation?
Because the photo that she had shown me matches the box that we found on Rust that she identified as the box she was using.
She said it was her box.
What did you find inside that box that was noteworthy?
A Gorilla Grip.
Live ammunition.
I'm sorry. She said that was her box. Her box had live ammo. And that's where we're at.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether or not there were safety meetings on set. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In any of the conversations that Ms. Gutierrez had with you, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or that she complained about lack of safety meetings?
No.
During the interview that you conducted on November 9th, 2021 with Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles, did you provide safety bulletins during that interview?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear to you from your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez that she had ever seen them before in her life?
No.
You were asked some questions about whether or not the prop truck was secured by law enforcement, I think in between the 21st and the execution of the warrant on the 27th. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And were you present in court when Ms. Walters took the stand?
Yes, I was.
Somehow this feels
Did you hear
calmer.
Ms. Walters testify under oath that
You know why this feels calmer? It's a more concise cross-examination because most of these questions are leading. But it is a methodical, like working through the evidence. But I don't know why Mr. Bowles is letting her go away with it. I think he needs
the
to fight
prop
with her
truck
more.
was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Who changed the padlocks? I was talking. I'm sorry. Literally my entire educational career.
That the prop truck was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Law enforcement changed the padlocks.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify that the only person who she permitted to get into the prop truck in that time frame was actually the defendant?
Yes.
The prosecutor is like blinking rapidly at the jury. I don't,
Did Mr. Baldwin call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kenny call you numerous times?
Yes.
Thanks, Cassie.
Did Mr. Bowles call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles ask other witnesses or potential witnesses to contact you?
Yes.
Because of, and let me ask you.
Thank you, Cassie.
In your conversations with Mr. Bowles, did he implicate Mr. Kenny?
Calls for speculation.
That
Objection. Calls for speculation.
seemed to be the direction he was going.
Well, he walked
And
right into
did he
that
put
one.
you in touch with Mr. Reed?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Reed implicate Mr. Kenny?
Yes, he did.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Teskey?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you
I don't
recall that?
remember.
Okay. And based on the information that you received from Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed, what did you do?
I followed up with the information that they provided me.
Did you petition the court for a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you seize items from PDQ?
Yes, I did.
Did that investigation lend any usable evidence that Mr. Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set of rust?
No.
At some point, did you stop pursuing that lead?
Yes.
Why?
Because I had no evidence that supported the information that Mr. Bowles was giving me.
Do you have any information that Mr. Kenny was on the set of Rust prior
Yeah,
to
she's
the
staring down the
death
jury.
of Ms. Hutchins?
None.
You were asked whether or not you sent the ammunition boxes that were provided by Mr. Kenny for fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Would you expect Mr. Kenny's fingerprints and DNA to be on ammunition that he provided?
Yes.
We're going to need
And
at
we
some
understand
point
that
an expert armorer to
I
explain a
asked
lot of
you
that.
to send the 4 spent casings for print analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It can
Do you
happen, but
recall
nobody's asked.
having a conversation with me where I asked you to do that?
Yes.
Did you tell me that it was highly unlikely that it was going to yield any results?
Yes.
And were you correct?
Yes, I was.
I might go back to the purple. We might need to go back to the purple. I need my, like, I don't know. I don't know what I need. A whiskey?
Do you know? And if you don't, just say so.
This has to be almost the
when
end of the day. Can we be
that
done? Can we
box
just stop?
of the dummy rounds with the tape and the blue Sharpie writing that came from Seth Kinney, when did that arrive on set? Do you know?
I don't know the date.
It's strange.
In preparation for your testimony, did you meet with me?
Yes.
Did we meet over Zoom?
Yes.
I need an adult in the courtroom.
Is that the only time that you met with me to prepare for testimony in this case?
I believe so.
So when you said on the stand previously that you prepped this case with me on multiple days, were you mistaken? I don't think this is helping, ma'am, because now she's telling the jury something wrong in her testimony.
You met with me on another occasion to prepare on another case. Is that correct?
Yes.
It looks like she's trying to fix this witness.
Why is it important?
How does that sit
for
with y'all?
you to meet with the prosecuting attorney before you testify?
A lot of it is to refresh myself with, parts of the case and what I need to focus on, especially because this is such a big case. As you can see, I have a large binder and a large box. So it helps me to narrow down facts that I need to focus on.
I'm sorry, investigator. Did you say this is a large case? I have a large binder and one large box. Because I've had investigators roll into court with multiple dollies of boxes. Are you telling me in this case you only have one box? One? Only one?
And have you given truthful testimony today?
Yes.
When you met with me, did I tell you what to say?
Thank you, Belladonna.
We talked about what
Thank
was
you,
going to be
Super Cat.
discussed.
Did I tell you what testimony to give?
Objection asked and answered. The defense needs to flame her on this because she keeps trying to fix this witness's answers. This is the lead investigator. She shouldn't be fixing her answers. I don't think the jury's going to like it one bit, but the defense needs to be like, asked and answered. Her answer is what it is. It speaks for itself. But I don't know why he's not. It might just not be his style, but he's not. But after the fuckery this prosecutor has been playing with Mr. Bowles, I'm surprised that he is not clapping back where appropriate.
Yes.
But what did I tell you to give? Did I tell you to tell a lie?
No.
You don't like her answer. You should have prepped with her
You're
more.
telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Did I tell you to tell the truth?
Yes.
You should have done this
And
in your direct, but all
we
right.
know that you had an interview with Ms. Gutierrez on the 21st of October and again on November 9th of 2021. On November 9th, did it appear to you that Ms. Gutierrez had been prepped by her attorney?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
You're excused. Next witness.
Fuck.
The state calls Gabrielle Pickle. Give us just a quick moment to track her down.
Who are you calling? Who's the next witness? I think we're getting to Gabrielle Pickle's testimony. I need a break for the day, but that's not happening. She, I think, is production. The last witness had some strong words for her. The last percipient witness, Mr. Ross, had some strong words about Pickle. So we will see what Pickle's job was and what Pickle has to say. But
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
MB says she is the co-producer. I think she's the one people were complaining to about safety and the rest of it.
Please.
Gabrielle Pickle.
I hear people whispering in the courtroom. I want to know what crazy. Amanda, is there a way to slow the chat down? The chat is on slow mode. There's just 18,000 people in it.
In October of 2021,
They're not all
how were you
subscribed. They could do
employed?
that. That would be great.
Could you rephrase the
In
question?
October of 2020.
Sorry, ma'am. She's coming in super fucking hot from everything that just happened in court. This absolutely has nothing to do with you. She needs to take a breath. She hasn't. So you're gonna hit the ground running with this. Relevance to the drug question, the defense didn't object.
21, how were you employed?
I think you're gonna need questions.
Sorry.
Yeah, Judge A would never.
As to type of employment or my job title, I'm sorry.
Were you employed on the set of Rust?
Yes,
What was your position?
line producer.
What is a line producer? Please let the jurors know what that is, what you do.
Basically the project manager, specifically focusing on the budget and managing budget.
If you
And
don't object, you lose it. So lack of objecting
did
hurts the
you
defense.
have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about getting what I'm going to refer to as additional armorer days?
Tinsley, that's a
Yes.
very fair point.
And can you explain to the jury how was her employment set up in terms of armorer days and prop assistant days? Let these folks know how you had it arranged.
Compound.
So we had originally, it all depended on the schedule, and we had originally scheduled 5 days with blanks on set. And so we had 5 armor days. And then as the schedule changed due to other departments and us filming, it expanded, meaning that we would need to split up some scenes and whatnot. And so it became 7 armor days, I believe. And then
Do you not need
she
an armor
requested
every time there's
different
a
ones
weapon?
for different reasons. And I believe by the end of it, we had 10 armor days, if I remember correctly. And
So let me stop you. So when she asked you for additional armorer days, you gave them to her.
yes,
Did you actually double the number of armorer days that she was originally scheduled for?
yes,
So I think you just testified that she had 10 armorer days
Asked and answered.
total. Is that right?
Objection asked
that
and
is to
answered.
the best of my recollection. Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
As of October 21st, 2021, how many days of filming had even happened?
Miss Wally, congratulations on your emergency root canal. You're good.
Sorry, this is gonna,
Yeah, no,
Take
take
a
your time.
minute.
And if you need to see a calendar, we can.
that
provide
would
you.
actually be very helpful.
Sure.
I like her thumb ring.
It was 2 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
No, just let her see a calendar. Just, ma'am, hold on. There's no question pending.
Is that
Question:
21?
How awesome would it be to have this prosecutor in a lane facing off? No, we need someone. At least Bowles brings the calming energy. How do you compare this trial and charges to the nurse who was recently charged with manslaughter after accidentally giving the
Yes,
wrong
2 weeks and
medication
2
prior to
days.
the scan? Thanks. I didn't pay as close attention to that case. I know it was a
So a
Tennessee
total
case.
of 12. We were on our 12th.
I
shooting
didn't
day.
pay enough attention to know what the checks and balances are there with the medication. So I can't compare the two.
So out of 12 days of filming,
We did do that.
you gave
a
her
minute ago.
10 armorer days, correct?
I believe a couple of those were training days, which would have been right prior to shooting.
Okay. And did Ms. Gutierrez ask you for additional training days?
There
The
was an
cross
incident
of
where
this
she
is gonna be
requested
interesting.
training that would involve Brady, which was a minor who did not fire weapons in the movie. And I denied that for insurance purposes. But that was the only one that we denied.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ask you specifically, well, let me rephrase. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she needed additional training time with Alec Baldwin?
Not phrased like that. Alec was in the question
How was
around
it
Brady.
phrased?
Alec was going to be present because they film or their characters in the script were so often together, but it was specifically for Brady to learn. To learn. The request was not because Alec needed more time.
It was because Brady wanted to do some gun training.
Yes.
And you said no because of insurance reasons?
Yes.
And what went into that
Can you
decision? What were
explain
the
that?
insurance concerns that you had?
Calls for speculation.
had-
Calls for speculation. Calls for speculation. What are the insurance concerns? Well, you don't know what insurance did, but she could have just said why.
The insurance, we would have had to inform insurance, and then we would have had to pay a little bit more money just
And
Because he's a kid.
the minor element.
Because he's a child,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah, nobody's really emphasized that the child was basically a co-star of this movie and there was a child on set. So who is Brady, the child on set? Let me pause here. The plot of the movie Rust, as I understand it from all media reports, is that the child, Brady, is the grandson of Rust, Rust being Alec Baldwin's character. And he was working on a ranch or something, and there was an accidental shooting, and he ran to his grandpa because of the accidental shooting, and then Grandpa Rust and him are fleeing, and then the law chases them. But the entire plot of the movie is around the accidental shooting and Baldwin and the kid fleeing because of that accidental shooting and everybody coming after him because of the accidental shooting. I'm glad I answered your questions, chat.
At any point in time, did you express concerns to Ms. Gutierrez that she was leaving firearms unattended?
I did in an email and then in person.
Do you recall the date?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection to see
Would
the email that
seeing
you
a copy
sent?
of it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Kat asked a great question earlier about the lead investigator. Why was she allowed to be in court? She isn't an expert. The lead investigator, the lead investigator, and sometimes other investigators are allowed to be in court because they did all the interviews with witnesses. They know all the evidence. There's nothing that's going to taint their memory because they are so involved with it. So investigators, particularly lead investigators, are often allowed to be in court. If the prosecution needs more than one investigator, they need permission from the judge.
Eyeballs.
Yeah, it would be so helpful if these were
October 14th.
printed.
I'm sorry.
October 14th.
October 14th. That's the date.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did. Thank you.
And did you suggest to Ms. Gutierrez a
No,
way
the cases are
of
different.
remedying the problem of leaving firearms unattended?
Outcome of this case doesn't impact
Yes.
Baldwin.
What did you suggest?
Some type of logging system. Check in, check out.
Bernie, yeah, I think this was the producer that dealt with the
And
money mostly.
did she respond to you?
She did respond via email.
And did she agree to a check-in, check-out log system?
No.
Why not, if she
She
told you?
She said that it was too complicated to do in between scenes. And they had a system that they were working with, and I'm trying to recollect,
Is that the pocket system?
that was end of day, I believe.
We heard about
Okay.
the pocket system.
Did you then have an in-person meeting with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Brian Norvell, who was the production designer, Hannah, and I believe Roe was there for part of it, the UPM, and then she stepped away to handle something else.
And why would Mr. Norvell be there?
Because as production designer, he's over everything that is the look of the film, and that includes armor.
Nobody's explained
And
who these people are, so I'm glad
Did
we're at
Ms.
least
Gutierrez
asking.
express concerns about being torn between armorer duties and prop assistant duties?
This witness is not an expert, so they're not going to ask.
At any point in time, did Ms.
She's
Gutierrez
a recipient
indicate
witness.
to you that she did not have enough time
Fine.
to focus on her armorer duties because she was busy doing props?
No. The reverse would be true. So she focused more on her armor duties and less on her props duties.
And did that create an issue for you? Let me ask you, did you ask
Let her just answer instead of withdrawing it and doing it again. Let her just answer the question.
Ms. Gutierrez to spend less time on armor duties and more time supporting props?
On props days, yes.
And when you say props days, what do you mean?
Meaning where she was not acting as armor. They were not the armor days that we just referenced.
Were there no guns on set those
And
days?
in the meeting that you had with Ms. Gutierrez, did you offer her additional support so that she could accomplish her tasks for both jobs?
Yes.
What additional support did you offer?
It was a collaboration of offers between production and the art department.
So my question is, what support was being offered?
How about
to
you
her?
let her answer?
Admin support, organizational, all the paperwork, to try to take as much off of her plate as possible so that she could really focus on the set duties.
She's just trying to answer the questions. This was her job. She knows the things that happened. She's just trying to answer.
After
And the prosecutor keeps cutting her off.
the meeting where you offered support, did Ms. Gutierrez again tell you that she was spread too thin?
No, we seem to have a plan to move forward.
That's the point of this witness, is that the things Hannah's complained about and her attorney talked about in opening are not things she was complaining to this witness about. And this witness is a person to complain to, that she actually had more armor days than she's saying she did. It contradicts the.
Did Ms. Gutierrez
set
ever
was-
express concerns
Hold
to
on,
you?
hold on, Carrie. Let me cook. It's contradicting the defense narrative that Hannah Gutierrez couldn't do her job because production was pushing her because she was too busy. She didn't have enough days. She didn't have enough training days. So this is the prosecution counteracting that narrative. I'm interested to see cross, though.
That Mr. Baldwin wasn't paying attention during his firearm training that she conducted
I'm going to
with him.
speed this up a little because they're both talking
Not
slow.
that I recall.
I know I sound like a
In
gaming
terms
streamer.
of
I'm just gonna.
the, I
We're just-
apologize, I lost my train of thought.
We're just there now.
I'm over 50.
Did she just say I lost my train of thought? I'm over 50. I can't. We won't talk about mewing though. I can't. My kid is trying, and I'm like, I still don't understand. My kid trying to explain mewing to my husband has been the funniest thing ever. But I love I lost my train of thought. I'm over 50. More of that, prosecutor, and less of the you deriding the defense attorney in court, please. Just for us.
I apologize, I lost my train of thought. I'm over 50 and it's getting late in the day.
She let you have coffee.
Is there a difference in pay for armor and prop assistant?
Yes.
Which pays more?
Armor.
And
She did.
Did Ms. Gutierrez also express, perhaps not concerns, but desires to you that her armor days be something that would be recognized by the union?
So
Elizabeth in the chat said Helena Hutchins' husband was an executive producer. I've only just realized that. Elizabeth, that happened after the death. It was part of the wrongful death settlement that he became an executive producer when they agreed to finish the movie. So that happened after this, if that helps. So
she and I had a conversation early on in her hire about the production once we had wrapped, and I can't remember the exact procedure, but basically writing down her days to submit them to the union to count toward her qualification. I don't remember it being armor specific. I thought it was all days, but that is my memory.
And that's all they can ask you
Okay.
about.
And do you know what union she was attempting to become a part of?
It was the California local union. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, the number of their specific local.
Are you a member of that union?
I am not.
Do you know whether or not you have to be a resident of California to be a member of that union?
I do not.
All right. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 148. Let me confer.
All right, I'm going to answer questions while we do this. Hannah still said what she said in the interview. She does, but I don't even know if the jury remembers the interview at this point because the attorneys were so busy fighting with each other that the entire day just derailed in a wild way.
Yeah,
Can the judge give them a timeout? Yeah, and I think she did take a break for that. And the judge looking at the attorneys being like, children, I let you have coffee in the courtroom.
Yeah, it's a union
wild.
start. Sorry. Yes.
Also, I don't like her handling of the witnesses. I'm sorry to be so critical, but do you recognize that? And she's like, shh. Do you recognize that? She's like, it's okay, ma'am, just yes or no, and I'll let you explain.
Is this document signed by Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is this document also signed by you?
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of this document to seek reimbursement for her armorer expenses?
Yes.
Remember, Hannah said she only had 8 armorer days. I imagine this signed document indicates that there were more than 8 armorer days. I wonder if they're going to then try to parse whether there were 8 armorer days during shooting and additional days pre-shooting. And if that's how it's parsed, like there were 8 armorer days during the 12 days of shootings, but the other days were before shooting. This will be interesting to see.
I move for the admission of States Exhibit 148.
Dark Side 66 said, damn it, I'm going to have to go to law school to understand this shit show. No, you've got me.
And counsel approach?
That's what I'm here for. You don't have to spend the money to go to law school to understand this shit show. I've been in this profession for 17 plus years. I've got the shit show for you. Today, I feel like I just have MMA color commentary. This prosecutor grounds for appeal. This is nuts. I mean, the prosecutor yapping at the defense attorney the way she has during trial. I don't know if he'd want to make any motions. He hasn't been objecting to it though. And he hasn't pointed it out to the judge. Your Honor, can you please instruct the prosecutor? Stop addressing me directly in front of the jury. It's inappropriate. Can you please instruct the prosecutor to stop speaking to me directly? The conversations in court are supposed to be a triangle between the attorneys and the judge. Your Honor, this. The other attorney, Your Honor, this. And then the judge, it's like a mediator. It's like you don't want to talk to your ex. They're not supposed to be talking to each other directly in front of the jury or even when they're on the record. It's completely inappropriate. But he has snapped back at her instead of asking the judge to intervene, and the judge doesn't seem inclined to intervene. It's a mess. It seems like she didn't actually focus on her armorer duties either. And this witness is saying she mostly did her armorer duties. The judge needs to control the courtroom. I agree with you. I think other judges we've seen would not have been doing this. After David said, even with you, Emily, I still think that I'm going to need a gallon of ice cream. You can. Kim Kardashian did or is doing. Why is she able to admit evidence defense hasn't seen but he can't admit what has been seen? Everything she's seeking to admit, he has seen and should have seen. So it's really going to depend on the judge's calls.
Let me shift gears real quick and then we'll go back. On the days that there was not blank gunfire on the set of Rust, were there prop guns being used by actors that were in fact real guns?
I don't know.
Okay. I appreciate that. Rather than introduce the exhibit, have you reviewed this exhibit?
Yes.
And was it submitted to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
It was submitted to my team, who then submitted to me by Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. And you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first item that Ms. Gutierrez was requesting reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
Thank you.
We learned what inertia pullers were. Yay. Question, can a lawyer ask beforehand what kind of questioning they want to do, then have a conversation with the client before going
Can you
in?
just review my notes real quick?
before they go into the police station, I mean, yeah, they can kind of control that conversation if they want. It just doesn't often happen.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. I'm very interested to see this cross. JFLA Beat said the people that live in this area are avid hunters. Most of them own firearms. It's fairly rural. They should understand firearms and be horrified
on the hiring
by
process
this.
for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
Mhm.
Was this a
Oh, he's talking faster end of the day. I'm going to slow him down just a little and we'll see how it goes.
collaborative process with the producers?
It was.
Did you have input into that process, into hiring her?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, were you the one that made the decision to hire her?
No, I made the offer.
Okay. Who made the actual decision?
I mean, I would say it was a collaborative decision from the
Okay.
top down. Everybody had to sign off.
And so part of that offer process was that she would be hired as a key props assistant and an armorer, correct?
Yes.
And ma'am, you testified today that you had allocated 10 armor days to her?
I believe so.
Okay. And as part of that film, how many total days of filming do you recall were there going to be to complete the
Yeah,
film?
before the incident.
We had not decided at this point. It was, I believe, 22 or 23, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to a specific date, but it was 22 or 23
she's
in your
testifying.
memory.
Yes.
Okay. So out of that 22 or 23, approximately less than half, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was going to be in an armor position.
Correct.
Okay. Now, by the time of the shooting incident on October 21st,
Mhm.
I think you had said there had been approximately 12 days,
12 filming days.
12
Yes.
filming days. Okay. Do you know how many training days had happened by that point?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Do you recall a training
This feels so much more clear than direct examination. Thank you,
where
Mr.
Ms.
Bowles.
Gutierrez-Reed conducted for actors and some of the producers? that
Yes.
involved? Okay. And do you recall how many people were at that training?
Total?
Yes.
I do not.
Yeah.
I know there were we had producers.
Were you
I
there?
was there for the first training,
that's-
and then I had to leave for something else. There were multiple actors that were trained that day. I would say a handful of crew that were there, as well as actors.
Okay. And so just in terms of numbers, can you tell the jury just an idea, if you have a ballpark, how many
This is why
people?
I don't want to
I
be
would
in
say
court.
between 7 and 12.
People are like, do you want to go
Okay.
watch in court? I'm like,
Any
no, I
given
can't
time?
yell.
And was Miss Gutierrez-Reed, in your memory, training them all together, or were they grouped, or how did that training work?
She started off with some general training and then worked with them kind of individually to figure out, because they had to figure out the right weapons for their characters and things. And so she worked them through that, and also their level of comfort with different types of blanks. And so that was more individual, but there were multiple people there at a time.
Do you know approximately how long that training was?
No, I was only there for probably an hour.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Baldwin there being trained?
He was not at that training. No, he was not in the state at that point.
Okay. And ma'am, do you know if he at one point was able to attend some type of training with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
He did.
Did you witness that training?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge of observing it, but you do know that it happened.
I know that it was on the schedule.
Okay.
That is the extent of my personal knowledge. We coordinated with multiple departments to make sure that could happen.
I thought this
Okay.
was going to be a much hotter
Do you
cross.
know
It's
whether
not at all.
Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had requested to do cross-draw training with Mr. Baldwin?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Baldwin ever had cross-draw training on set?
I have no idea.
Okay. With regard to the duties that she was performing, I think
That
you said
mic
she was
is
focusing more on
tinny.
her armor duties.
And it's tough.
Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that she was hired in both positions and that she needed to be focusing more on her props duties?
On props days, yes.
Okay. And
How did you decide what days
those
were
props
prop
days
days?
were delineated in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
No, on those
Or
props.
by the schedule.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to reword that. They were delineated by the schedule. They did not necessarily appear on the schedule.
Okay. Would some of those days include use of weapons on those props days?
The difference was blank firing. So if there were
This is helpful.
blanks
I
present,
think.
then that was an armor day.
Okay, but if there were not blanks present, but there's firearms present, would you agree with me that that's still an armor function?
I mean, it was a Western, so everything that the actors touched is considered a prop. And that was where we had the line between like props and armor.
Okay, well, so did you consider the firearms to be the props?
Some of them were.
Okay.
I feel like
Which
that's maybe
ones were
not how that
props
works.
versus not props?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay,
It's not my area of expertise.
okay,
It
but at
seems
least your
it seems
understanding
that what
was,
she's saying is on this production, if there were not blanks, they did not give Hannah an armor day, and they were like, "It will be fine. Just put dummies in it, and here's the guns." And that's the when there's not a blank in it, it's not a concern. When there's just dummies in it, then it's just a prop. It's not a problem. That seems to be how they're delineating. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. I think if there's a gun on set, there's a gun on set. There needs to be an armor on set. But the prosecution's going to need to bring in a professional to explain that to the jury.
at least some of the firearms were props.
Yes.
All the firearms are props because they're
was
on a
that
movie
clearly
set. Doesn't mean they're not
delineated to
real.
Ms. Gutierrez Reed as to which firearms were props and which ones were under armor?
Yeah, but it's a Western is definitely not the answer.
That information more came from her because she was the expert in weaponry, not
Okay.
myself.
Okay, was that written down somewhere, which firearms would be which?
I don't believe so, not
Okay.
to my knowledge.
Okay. And then with regard to non-blank days, were those all prop days?
Yes.
Okay. So if there weren't blanks being fired, even if there are firearms being used, those are props days.
Correct.
Okay. Now, didn't you attend and witness some of the trainings that Ms. Gutierrez Reed had done? You said you spent an hour at the one.
Mhm.
And were you impressed at how she handled the training?
I was.
Okay.
I learned
Have
a
you-
lot.
Have you ever seen a training
Did
like
you
that
have any
before?
issues or anybody come to you and complain about it?
About the training?
Yes.
No.
Okay. The date of the
Don't
incident.
talk too fast. I'm going to speed
Are you
you
familiar
up.
with Video Village?
Yes.
Were you aware that the day this
This was
happened,
just going
the
way
Video
too
Village
slow.
went down?
Can you further expand on that?
I don't
Yes,
think
the
it
Video
went
Village
down. I
was
think they
not
took
operating
it.
the day that the shooting occurred.
Is this due to the camera delay? Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm
No.
just,
No,
actually, I was
no.
going to ask you first if you knew about that Video Village going down.
No.
Okay, but you said there was a camera delay.
Mhm.
Was that because were you aware the camera crew had walked off the day before?
Yes.
And were you aware they had come back that next day?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with any of them?
Yes.
Did you end up calling the police?
What?
On them?
Yes, for
No.
any reason. Okay, so was it a pleasant interaction?
Not particularly,
Okay,
but I was just there to make sure they took their stuff and then the production rentals stayed where they were.
okay. How long were they on set that next day?
I do not remember. As short a time as we could manage for them
Okay.
to pack up their gear.
Okay, you were trying to get them off as quick as you could.
Well, we needed to start our
Damn
day.
it.
So we were trying to, move that first and then get rolling.
Did that delay the start of that day?
It did.
Do you know approximately how long that was delayed?
Hours.
So at the time
They
you
burned
all
a lot
were
of
able to start
daylight.
the day and start the various things you're going to do, you're already hours behind.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a general perception of trying?
I very much, Mr. Bowles, like this line of questioning, because it is the scene in Titanic where they're going, he has the iceberg warning in his hands and he's ordering the ship to speed up. We're in that moment where he's like, so the camera crew walks off, Video Village is down, you're already hours behind on your day. He's leading up to how much pressure was on Hannah to rush that day. I don't think it excuses her behavior, but the defense is defending. And I appreciate that he's laying the groundwork for, so you're already hours behind. And that's why we're speeding up. This is a very good, I like the way he's laying the groundwork in this cross. And it's much clearer than whatever happened on direct. I still don't know.
Move quick that day or?
No, we had to replace the camera team, and we all know that takes time to get new people into the rhythm. We had been meeting with different people in charge to figure out what we were moving to other days, and how we were going to absorb basically what could have been a half day loss at that point. So there wasn't rushing. All the other departments had all of those hours to do whatever they saw
We
fit.
couldn't rush. There was
The
no one
only
to
people
operate
that
the
were
cameras.
Really intensely focused was the new camera team.
But when you got the new
equipment
camera
and
team
get up to
on,
speed.
then what
Do
happened?
you know whether on that day, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had already used her armor days?
I know that day was an armor day.
But do you know if she had already used her armor days that had been allocated?
No, that one was also approved.
Okay. Because you were on day 12, and I'm just wondering, because you had said you gave her 10.
They weren't necessarily consecutive.
Okay, okay.
It's a very
But you
clear
don't know
answer.
how many she had used up to that day?
I do not. No.
At one point,
That's
didn't
very
you tell
helpful information. Thank
Ms.
you for
Gutierrez-Reed
sharing.
that she wasn't going to be allocated any more training days? But I think you actually worded it training days.
I did. I misspelled in the text message. Yes.
Yes, and it was a text with her, and this was you remember approximately what day that was?
I do not.
And why did you tell her there would be no more training days is what you were trying to say?
At that point, we didn't need them. And she and I had communicated since the very beginning that we wanted to keep track of all of her armor days. And so we texted back and forth fairly often. I mean, every few days.
And you recall what the context was, why she was asking for more training days?
So the specific instance that I remember was her asking for a training day with Alec and our minor lead, Brady. And that was the one that I said no to, due to it being a minor.
I would just ask, if there's a minor on set, wouldn't the minor need to know how to be around the guns? He might not need to be trained to handle the weapons.
And I just want to ask you
if the minor's in scene when blanks are being shot, wouldn't some training be appropriate for the minor to understand, hey, when the blanks go off, this is what happens. When they handle the weapons, this is the procedure. So they know, even though he's not being trained. I'm just confused on that. Nobody's really clear to
If
me.
I showed you a text, would it refresh you as to the date?
I would like to
this
see the
occurred?
text.
That this exchange occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Man,
I'd like to see the text. Okay. Did you bring enough for the class?
if you can read this now, then.
After this, I think we all need a mega pint of wine. I mean, probably. Please use this money for therapy to deal with the stress. It's
Sorry, there are 2 dates on this page. I can read. October 15th, 2021.
And do you recall getting that text?
there are 2 texts on this page, and I can read, or that I can read.
Once you get here, so keep asking her questions.
Do I?
No, she needs to retrieve that from you. Are you gonna retrieve that from her?
Yes, once
We did
are you
gifted
finished reading
memberships
that?
yesterday, but we didn't do gifted memberships for the Bing. No, we didn't, Terry. You're right. I do owe
recall
gifted
having that
memberships.
Text exchange?
I
Yes.
Ms.
do.
Gutierrez-Reed? Okay. And that
Let's do
was
that now.
in regard to the training
Thanks,
of Alec
Terry.
Baldwin.
Mhm.
And do you remember Ms. Gutierrez-Reed saying she's on day 6, and this would be day 7 of 8 of her training days, her armor days. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Does that change your opinion as to how many armor days she had, that she had 8 as opposed to 10?
No, I believe her armor days, and we can check the pay stubs, but I believe she had the 10 armor days.
Remember, you have to be subscribed
It
to
may
be
have been
gifted
that
a
8 were
membership.
shooting, filming days, and 2 were training days. I do not recall the exact split, but I do recall it being 10 days.
I'm going to give you guys
If
a minute to
you are able
subscribe
to,
and
can you
double
pull
check.
those pay stubs?
I don't
not
have
today.
access to them
Okay.
anymore.
Okay.
That would be,
'Cause we've also have you under subpoena. You're aware of that, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so we may recall you in our case.
Council approach.
You're aware we have you under subpoena. Is that a threat? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Make sure you're subscribed because I'm going to gift some memberships. Also, for those of you that have made comment on, I'm going to ask for your help, who have made comment on the super chat autocorrect issue. I want to be able to relay that to the YouTube liaison. Can you tell me what you experienced? Just put at me at EDB
And ma'am, if you
and at
if your
Tech
memory's
Valor
correct,
so
it's
we can
correct, but
see
if
it.
Your memory is 10.
And let me know what you experienced with the issue with super chats autocorrect on iOS. Please, thank you. Yes.
10 days.
that is my memory.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out what you remember.
She told you.
With regard to the accidental discharges that occurred on
I think the court said, no, you're not recalling this witness. Ask your question.
did you become aware of those?
I was made aware of one. It was reported to the UPM, Roe Walters, and she informed me that it had happened, and I asked her to investigate, and she did, and
Also,
reported back that she and
remember,
Hannah had had a conversation, and she
YouTube
felt very
selects the
good
gifted
with where
memberships, not me. I just get to
the
get them.
precautions
YouTube
that were in
selects
place.
them. I don't get to
Okay,
choose.
so you said you were aware of one. Do you know which one this involved?
It was one reported by Lane Looper via text message to Roe. I don't know if that's in evidence.
Who is Lane Looper?
He was one of the camera crew.
Okay.
Is he one of the ones that walked
as I
off?
understand,
Because he's
Mr.
the one who
Looper
sent
was
the
raising a
email, I
safety
think.
issue through a text and then went
Yes,
to Roe
that
Walters.
is the right one.
Yes,
And then that was investigated. Then what occurred as a result of that, if anything?
it was investigated. I'm not sure. I do not recall.
Now, are you now aware there were 2 accidental discharges?
I found that out afterwards. Yes,
When did you learn that?
maybe 3 or 4 days after the incident.
Do you know whether there was any investigation after you learned of that second one?
Could you clarify?
Yes. Do you know whether there was any investigation done after you learned of the second accidental discharge? Did anybody look into it, to your knowledge?
I do not know.
Is that your
Okay.
job?
Did you do anything personally? Once you learned about the accident, the second one, did you do anything to investigate that?
Everything was shut down at that point. Like, I found out through other attorneys asking
Okay.
me questions. This was not a set discovery or on-set discovery.
Lots and lots of attorneys
And I was
asking
wondering
you
'cause
questions, I'm
the
sure.
discharges were the 16th, and I think you said 3 or 4 days later.
Sorry, the discharge that I was made aware of via Roe was the only one that I knew about during filming. The others I found out about 3 or 4 days after the 21st.
I see. Okay.
Once everything had shut down and everybody was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
That's when that came to my attention.
Okay. Now, with an accidental discharge like this, you have things called a production report, correct?
Correct.
And that is basically a daily log of what happened that day that might be important.
Mhm.
And ma'am, would you expect that something like an accidental discharge would be put on a production report?
I would like it to be.
With regard to these, do you know if they made it onto a production report?
I
That's a
do
good
not
question.
recall.
Okay.
I would need to see the production reports.
Okay. But in any event, with regard to the second one, doesn't sound like it made it on the report.
I was not aware of it, and I did read every production report.
Whose responsibility in the chain of command would it be to report those accidental discharges?
Dave Halls. Is it Dave Halls? Is it Dave Halls?
Anyone on set?
Would the first assistant director have responsibility?
It's Dave Halls.
In terms of the production report?
So the AD team is responsible for the production report.
Okay.
Yes. If they were not made aware, I don't know how to answer that question.
Oh, okay. So they have to become aware of it.
Yes, somebody would need to let them know.
So,
Okay. Okay.
so if somebody
And if they
tells
do
the
become
first
aware of
AD
it, do they
team,
have a duty then to,
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
okay. Thank you
Are
guys
you aware
for your
whether
feedback.
daily
We're going to
safety
give some
meetings
memberships.
were
Let's
being
go.
conducted on set?
Safety meetings were being conducted. They were not every day. They were typically on the days where there was any type of bigger element, special effects, stunts, blanked days, etc.
Okay. And do you know, with regard to safety bulletins, whether those were being attached to the call sheets on a daily basis?
Some were and some were not, which I found out days after the incident.
You also, during this time, had a COVID. This was October 2021.
My question
So
is,
did you
how
have a COVID
pissed were
protocol?
you when you
We did.
found out later?
And in general, was that pretty much what we all knew at the time, to limit contact, to wear a mask? I mean, what did that entail?
You're testing my memory. We tested.
Trial.
I cannot remember how often. Frequently. Everybody wore masks. We had hand sanitizer everywhere. Everything was wiped down. I think that was about it.
Okay. Did you know whether Ms. Gutierrez Reed was vaccinated or not?
We
Why
did
is that
not ask for
relevant?
vaccination information from cast and crew.
Okay.
Why
And
is it
I guess in
relevant?
general, I take it that in general, you wouldn't want a lot of people in a small space if you could help it.
Okay.
Like if there's filming going on in a small building, that's kind of what the
Sparkly
COVID protocol
plenty.
was at the time.
Sparkly Plenty, I will just say, we do keep slow mode on because there are 18,000 here. The only way to avoid slow mode is to be a member in the chat. So fingers crossed that you get one of the gifted memberships.
Yes. It was not often practical because filming takes place in small buildings. But
Sure. But to the
yeah.
extent possible, that was the goal.
yes, that was the goal.
Okay. Yeah, ma'am, just a moment.
Right as I put ice in my mouth, sir. The timing is unbelievable. We're going to zoom a little bit.
Ms. Pickle, do you recall the entire text communication that you had with Ms. Gutierrez regarding the training days?
I would need to review.
Would showing you that's the entire text thread refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm
sorry,
ask
you summoned the pickle
review
to court.
pages 12,201 through 12,205.
And we can't, once the pickle is summoned in
Ma'am.
court, the pickle must play. I feel like that's the rule. I don't know when we established the rule, but I feel like that's the rule. I'm going to answer some questions. Bling is the new black. Good to see you in the chat. Said, what are your thoughts on the other defense attorney wearing her all Dior logos in court? I didn't notice. I think there are regional tolerances, especially for designers. You need to know how your jury feels about it. I don't care one way or the other, but you need to know how your jury feels about it.
I just asked if she remembered.
Ooh. Court TV, don't mute this. Don't mute it. Don't. I want to hear them fight.
I'm gonna ask her some other questions about the thread.
Those aren't
No, I know. I'm refreshing your memory. I just asked if she remembered.
I don't think closed captioning, that's what happened. I'm going to refresh her recollection with the thread of text, but these should be printed out. This is so awkward with a computer. These should be printed out, some of these.
I'm gonna hand that to you.
So
I want you
awkward.
to take your time. You're gonna review 4 or 5 pages.
Are you going to show her which 4 or 5 pages, or you're just giving her a laptop and letting her go? So giving her a laptop and letting her go. Great. Chelsea Roma, question, do you think the defense and prosecution didn't try to agree on a transcript for these videos? Wouldn't have been so helpful for this in the jury. They should have, and the judge should have made them. Any video that I don't know the local rules in New Mexico, but in the jurisdictions I have practiced in, any video submitted into evidence needed a transcript with it that needed to be done by a professional transcription company and shown to the defense before trial. So transcripts needed to be made for anything that was going into evidence.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take that back as we go through these questions. If you need to see it again to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, she just straight up left her laptop up there. Today's wild. Tomorrow's going to be wild. I'm going to be in the chat for the morning with you guys, and then I'll be on screen in the afternoon. But this shit's wild today.
Was your memory refreshed as to the date of the text exchange regarding the training days of Alec Baldwin and Brady? Want me to approach again?
Yes, I did not look at every single date. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You could have been more clear too, Madam Prosecutor. I'm just saying. Kim P says, has she, I'm thinking we're talking about Gutierrez, expressed any remorse or taken any accountability at all? I initially felt so bad for her, but damn, she makes it hard to feel sorry for her. The interview has changed a lot of people's minds. I'm going to put up a poll in a minute about whether the interview has changed your perception of
Do I
Hannah
need to look at every
Gutierrez.
date and have,
I don't.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
And we'll go from there. But I forgot the question. What was I saying? But yes, that. Willow said, could she make the argument for
these were on the
ineffective
17th.
counsel
October,
since she doesn't seem to be? No. Her counsel has had an interesting strategy. I don't think IAC is a very specific standard. It might
So,
not be
on
ideal,
October
but it's
17th of
a choice.
2021, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez that there would be no more training days?
Yes.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right
Lady-
on?
Yes.
She's reading from a document not admitted.
There it is. I'm going to just put this down to normal speed. Yeah, that's completely inappropriate. I'm fucking horrified at the moment. I'm going to back up so we can all witness it together. Let's just watch.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Awful.
Yes.
She's reading from a document not admitted in evidence.
Awful.
Can I
Awful.
refresh your memory again?
Yes.
Awful.
Just don't read.
Awful. Mr. Bowles has every right to be mad and should have made more of a stink about it to the judge, I think.
Do you want me to ask the question again without reading it? Okay.
Are you
Um,
brand new?
Did Ms.
Are you brand new? Would you, ma'am, will you repeat the words that I've just said to you? Leading. Will you, did she say this? Leading. Hearsay. What? You can't just read the document into evidence and be like, what? I don't understand what the problem is.
Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes.
Twice, you've done it twice. I was shocked when this prosecutor read phone numbers out loud in court, and
You did.
That's no.
Oh, I thought that's.
No, just did she respond to you?
Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor, are you going to strike anything from the record? Are you going to admonish the jury? Are you going to admonish the prosecutor for putting something that is not in evidence in front of the jury? Or are we all just going to be like, cool?
Did she respond to you?
She did.
Well, now we've already done it, so
Okay.
move on.
Admonish the prosecutor, admonish the jury, strike it from the record. This is not, oh, well, the shit's out of the horse. For all of you asking, will there be an appeal if she is convicted? Yes.
I want to move to strike that.
Yes.
This
Fine,
was-
I'll strike the answer.
And admonish the jury.
Question and answer.
The
Ma'am, do
judge
you
should have done it on
recall
her own
what Ms.
motion.
Gutierrez's response was to you when you said no more training days?
Right on.
Do you recall her response to you? Do you recall that she said right on? I feel like this is very important. I'm horrified.
Thank you.
God damn it. Alec Baldwin's lawyers have to be watching this, prepping for the fucking shit show that the wrath that they are going to bring upon this prosecutor when their trial starts in July. They have got to be watching all, you know how like sports ball teams watch the other sports ball teams? They get to watch this prosecutor in action and go, yeah, we're not allowing that. Yeah, we're not allowing this. They have to just be like, this is never going to fly. It's going to be so different.
Viewing these messages refresh your memory as to whether or not
you can read these directly
you
into
told
evidence.
Ms. Gutierrez that she would
Don't
have
read it.
10 total armor days.
That's not
Yes,
how.
it is confirmed in that text chain that we both knew that there were 10 armor days.
Not 8.
Not 8, 10.
Now, we understand that you, Rust Productions hired Ms. Gutierrez to be armorer and also prop assistant, correct?
Correct.
And
Are the text
did
chains
Ms.
and evidence?
Gutierrez
No.
agree to take on both roles?
Did I see the
Yes.
prosecutor roll her eyes? Yes. Am I thoroughly over it? Yes.
Even though production stopped on October 21st, had this incident not occurred, production was going to continue, correct?
Yes.
For a couple more weeks, is that right?
Yes.
And was it within the discretion of Rust Productions to continue to increase armorer days if necessary throughout the course of the filming?
No,
Yes.
I'm a prosecutor. I'm a
So
former prosecutor.
just because she was given 10
Which is why I'm
by
so
October
mad.
21st, that doesn't mean that she was going to be limited to 10 for the duration of the
Are you
filming.
testifying now?
Correct.
Are we going to object or are we just cool with everything? We're just cool?
You indicated that you were the line producer on this set.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I am. Jenny, I have a very different opinion of this judge. This judge during motion practice has been so different than this judge in trial. I am shocked. Shocked.
Prior to October 21st of 2021, how many times had you been a line producer?
Objection
for
outside the
film?
scope of cross.
I feel like I should have that memorized.
Outside
You
your
don't have to be
direct.
exact.
I've been a line producer for more than a decade.
During that decade,
4 to 5 films a year.
okay?
How many credits do you have on
So
IMDb?
40 to 50?
Yeah.
In those 40 to 50 films, can you estimate for us how many of those films had an armorer?
Here we go. Here the fuck we go. Here the
5
fuck
or
we
6.
go. First of all, we're going to get well outside the scope of cross. Second of all, I feel like this prosecutor is about to get ready to reach for some opinions that are not proper from this witness, like she did with Ross, but she's doing it on redirect, which is going to make it worse. I'm waiting for the objections. Y'all just hold your breath and wait. No, don't hold your breath.
Okay.
Y'all just wait with me.
Are
Here
you
comes the reach.
yourself familiar with firearms and
Mr.
firearm
Bowles.
training?
Sir, yeah, I'm going to need
for
you.
the hour that you observed Ms. Gutierrez's firearm training,
This is within the scope of cross. This
did you
part.
have any experience from which to compare it?
I have sat in on a couple of other trainings.
Okay. Did those trainings include the use of single action revolvers?
This is within the scope. This part.
I don't know enough to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough.
Good for you, Miss Pickle.
And you indicated on October 21st that there was a delay in filming because of replacing the camera crew, correct?
Correct.
And that filming was delayed for hours, right?
Yes.
And during those hours where filming was not occurring, was Ms. Gutierrez free to go inspect her dummy rounds and do any other work she needed to do?
Yes.
No further questions. I'm ready to be done. I'm personally ready to be done.
In terms of the
I know that
accidental
should control. I'm
discharges,
teasing.
did Ms. Gutierrez bring them to your attention?
No.
Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez brought the accidental discharges to the attention of anyone in production?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Heather said Brooks would be so pissed to find out objection I'm confused would work.
Could Ms. Gutierrez
It wouldn't have been his
reported
case.
the accidental discharges to production?
Without me hearing about it?
No, just could she report it to anyone in production?
Yes.
Anyone on set could, right?
Mhm.
And Mr. Looper did,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
You were asked some questions about the COVID protocol on set. Did the COVID protocol require Ms. Gutierrez to leave the firearm in the church on October 21st and leave the church?
Your Honor, I don't object to speculation, lack of knowledge,
If-
foundation.
If
I
you
have
know.
no knowledge. I can't answer that. I don't. know.
Well, did you have
I have no knowledge. This is going to be asked and answered.
knowledge of the COVID protocol? for the set?
I had knowledge of the one-page document that we had of the basics. As far as what happened on set, that was really not my job.
Okay. The one-page document that you're talking about, did it indicate that the armor needed to be separated from the firearms?
It had no such specifics.
Hannah's annoyed too. I get it. Chris Bumpman in the chat said, holy shit, I don't think Morrissey's behavior is excusable, even if she doesn't have a background as a prosecutor.
This is excused, thank you.
This is not lawyerly behavior. Judge, can't we all just get along? Judge, children, if you don't get along, I'm taking away your coffee. That's where we're at. Are we getting to another witness? I'm going to zoom to see if I think we're at the end of the court day. That's my guess, because it looks like there's not a lot of live stream left. I imagine they're talking about the schedule for tomorrow. I'm going to answer some questions, and then we're going to take a break because...
Okay, so the next witness is going to take longer than the next 35 minutes, so to speak. So I think it's better that you all head out and we'll approach this fresh in the morning. So
it's enough work for this day.
Talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please don't research, look on Google about the Rust matter or this case, and we will avoid the delays that have somewhat occurred from time to time. We'll try to get at a better clip here, okay? Thank you.
All right.
The judge is like, I would like to move this along. I would too. I've got travel, that my kids have spring break, Your Honor. We're up against some deadlines. I have deadlines. As the jury is leaving court for the day, I don't even know if I can summarize this afternoon. I don't know how I'm going to summarize this. We'll get there. We'll let the jury leave. I'll answer some questions, and then we're going to take a break. I have to pack. Here's the plan for tomorrow, Law Nerds. First of all, go ahead and do the subscribey things. Second of all, lawnerdapp.com to keep you in the loop with all of the live streaming. Tomorrow, I know I put up a poll for the members. You guys wanted to be in the chat. So tomorrow morning, we are going to stream trial here, and I will be in the chat giving commentary with you while traveling. In the afternoon, I will be back on screen, if all goes well, with my hotel. So that, fingers crossed, but I should be back for the afternoon session tomorrow, but I will be in the chat with you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to try to sum this up in just a second. I'm going to wait for them to leave the courtroom. I really hope the court has them up at sidebar and is asking them actually what the fuck happened today. FLA Beats 1 said this means she was identifying dummies by the text on the shell casing, ties in with earlier thinking they can spin to see live rounds. Yes, it does. I really hope she's telling them that courtroom decorum is completely out of hand. Shelly CCC said, want to join Factor, but would love to give the credit to your code. When are they sponsoring you? I'll have to, it's coming up soon. But also you can, I think we have a code for Factor from the last time. I just would have to go find it. It might be Lawnard. I think it's kind of smart. He's planting the doubt and forcing the prosecution to clear it up on their time if they want. That's his job. I think the prosecution should be doing more on their direct examination. I find their direct examination's a little confusing, and then the redirect's a little more clear, but that can bite you with with a defense attorney who's really going to just give those objections when it's outside the scope. You're going to have to fight over that a little more. Kyla, good to see you. This case trial handling makes me more distrustful of the system, that the judge could take this courtroom under control and chooses not to. There's a lot going on in this courtroom. The lead investigator hopping like she is a 5-year-old, tattling on a sibling. The smirking with the prosecutor is disgusting, shady AF. Chelsea said Bowles is trying to make the jury forget the videos. Carrie is trying to make them forget the content of Cross. Maybe. They've made me forget everything because I'm rageful. Anna said, question, is the prosecutor just so giddy to be a special prosecutor after always being defense that all her professionalism went out the window? I truly don't know what's happening here. Like, that's wild. Oh, Factor is coming up on Monday. So the link will be live on Monday. Did y'all know Jensen walked away from this movie and was replaced by Josh Hopkins? I didn't know that. So he didn't resume filming, I'm guessing. Can the prosecutor get in trouble for her behavior? Yes, and somebody would have to bring that up. Things would have to happen for that to happen, but the judge should be telling them all to act right now. Dusty said, did someone get a box of live ammunition from their supplier and try to make her own dummies and mix it up? I don't know. It's possible. Wintry Witch said, welcome to New Mexico, y'all, where our red and green chili is hot and our lawyering is a hot mess. In this trial, it is. I can't imagine it's all. I really want to know what they're talking about. Thank you for helping me understand things I don't. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the super chat. We need pie and wine. I mean, I need to go pack. I probably still need to do laundry. Damn it. Morrissey reminds me of the prosecutor in the Casey Anthony trial. He was arrogant, aggressive, and laughed at the defense. The jury hated him and felt bad for Casey. This could backfire. Hold on. Let me see what my kiddo is asking for. Give me one. Why are you calling me while you're standing right there? You scared the crap out of me. Hi, son. What's up? I'm still streaming. You wanted to say hi to the stream. Wait, you've got to come into screen and wait, did you bring me cookies? Thank you.
Yeah.
That's so nice. You didn't bring me cookies, did you?
No, I did.
I yoinked your cookies.
I was going out for them.
Really? Thanks for the cookies.
Hi, everyone.
Today was really crazy. How are you?
Good. Thought I'd say hi. We're home.
Okay, awesome. Nobody can see you on screen. See, they can only see your sweatshirt.
They can.
All right. How was your day?
It was good.
Good. All right. Bye.
Oh,
Okay, we're gonna finish up the trial.
I'm the armor.
Oh my god. Autoplay. Autoplay just got me in nightmare mode. All right, let's reset. Let's do a wrap up for the day. My kid brought me cookies. Yay. Yay. All right, we're gonna reset real quick and do a refresh for a recap and then for the rest of the Q&A. Shall we do that? I think we should. Thank you guys for saying hi to the kiddo. He's going to look at the chat. I was like, why is he calling me? Because he was standing in the doorway. Alrighty. He's very cool. I like my kids. I like my kiddo. They are Biscoff cookies. They are a favorite. I love them. Alrighty. How do you recap today? I'm going to wait to see how Runkle does it. I'm going to be watching Ian Runkle over at Runkle of the Bailey trying to recap today while I am trying to leave my house at 3 a.m. to get on a plane. That's what's going to be happening. That's exactly what's going to be happening. I don't think I can do this. I don't know how to recap this. Let's try. The afternoon of Day 5 of the Rust trial is where everyone decided that they weren't actually lawyers anymore and were bickering with one another in the courtroom nonstop. Have I sort of forgotten what witnesses happened? Yes. I think the rails came off with the cross-examination of the lead investigator who, for me, came off very evasive in some of her answers. The cross started very strong with pointing out that she had said conflicting things. And she was like, yeah, I guess I said it this way, then said it that way. Then they went down an entire rabbit hole about whether Hannah said the gun was unloaded over the prop cart or near the prop cart or unloaded in the church and then handed off to Sarah Zachary. And they spent so long on that and fighting back and forth over the transcript that I completely forgot everything else that happened in the cross-examination of the lead investigator. But a lot of it had to do, did you investigate this? Did you investigate that? Why didn't you do this? This search warrant happened later, to try to point out that the investigation might not have been following other leads. The redirect of that came in pretty hot with, you've talked to Mr. Baldwin, you've talked to Mr. Bowles, and insinuating, no, I think she directly said that the defense attorney was trying to have the lead investigator talk to other witnesses to put the blame on them or pin the blame on them, which was very interesting. The courtroom decorum this afternoon absolutely fell apart and the attorneys were just snapping at each other. The prosecutor was giving soliloquies in front of the jury. The prosecutor on the later witness, Miss Pickle, who was the line producer, was just reading text messages that weren't admitted into evidence in her questions in a very leading fashion and inappropriate fashion in front of the jury. It was absolutely a wild afternoon. Chat's exhausted. I'm exhausted. You're exhausted. The judge, in trying to rein this courtroom in the most minimal fashion, said, I let you all have coffee. Can we please just move on? I'm like, Your Honor, it's time to admonish all of the attorneys, because I've never seen courtroom decorum like this. I've never seen speaking objections that aren't an objection. At one point, the prosecutor said, excuse me, Your Honor, I'm confused. He's just doing this, and then was yelling at the defense attorney. You better have read every word of that. My brain is discombobulated because what we witnessed this afternoon was such a far departure from a civil and organized and orderly courtroom. And I wonder if the jury is sitting there embarrassed and questioning what they've just seen. I don't know about y'all. I kind of had a headache. Nothing seems clear. And it almost takes away from how damaging Hannah Gutierrez's interviews with law enforcement were. It completely derailed. Those interviews maybe should have been left till a little later on in this trial, and we will see what happens tomorrow on day 6. Let's get to questions. I need snacks and a nap. I'm still flabbergasted by court today. I really am. Van B said, seriously, can this lead to a mistrial for judicial prosecutorial defense misconduct? The prosecution can't bring it. The judge can only rule on what's asked. The defense hasn't really been objecting to a lot of this. I think the defense should have asked that the prosecutor be admonished for speaking directly to him. The demeaning of the defense attorney is so frustrating to watch. And it comes across very snarky and very heavy-handed. And I wonder what the jury is reacting to in court. And I wonder if part of the reason the defense isn't objecting to it more is because it makes him empathetic to the jury, and because his theory of the case is that production, Baldwin, and everyone else was rushing Hannah, was beating up on Hannah, that she couldn't really do her job because of everything her superiors were doing, her higher-ups were doing. And I wonder if Mr. Bowles is letting some of this slide with the prosecutor to be like, you've seen the state, you've seen the heavy arm of the government doing this in this trial, exactly like production was doing of Rust. I don't know if it's strategy. I don't know if he's just fucking tired. I don't know. I don't know if the shakeup with the defense team has put them all off kilter. I really don't know. But if he flips it and argues it, I think that would be interesting. That you've seen things, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen things in this trial where you've seen the prosecution acting the way that they did on the set of Rust. She thinks it's okay. I don't think it's okay. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, say it's not okay for production to push around this 24-year-old armorer. It's not okay for the state to do it either. We'll see. Or maybe he's just letting the shit show distract them from his client. I see a number of you say that in court. It might be intentional. Are you coming to Maryland? Marcel asked, at the end of September to see the Dave Matthews Band. I don't know. I have only planned part of the summer. I have not gotten into September yet. To everyone who gifted memberships, Brenda, Melinda, J. Michael, RN, thank you so much. Runkle of the Bailey said the level of pigeon business TV is insane. Runkle, thank you for the member chat for 16 months. I think we're filming an episode of reality TV. I don't think we're in a trial anymore. Miss Opinionated, thank you for the gifted memberships. Bella Brat for you said, dude, who knew that Depp Heard trial set our expectations for tech and continuity so high? The way that trial ran so smoothly, we've all been spoiled. That was the first trial I did gavel to gavel, and I didn't do gavel to gavel every day. I missed a few days, which informed how I'm covering this trial this time. It's really been wild. As a Q&A, I need a job description, and know what was her job was. Casey, I'm sorry. I know that there's an issue with the super chats and member chats. I'm sorry. Chris said, question, if all the prop guns were real guns, why wasn't there an armor every day of filming? No one really explained that. This is corrected for the autocorrect. This is corrected for the autocorrect Oreos. I think we're out of Oreos at my house. We had the little space ones that had like the pop rocks in them. They were quite good. How is my neck? Doing a little better this afternoon. I have been doing all of the things to try to take care of it. Fingers crossed for my nerves. It's mad. I think it needs to settle. Maybe it's just the way he comes across with the defense. Always seems like he's trying to have a gotcha moment. Maybe the prosecution does too. Is this thing's judge allowed? Not striking can be used at appeal. Only if the defense objects can it come up. Some of the prosecutorial stuff can come up. We're just not there yet. Did either side hire a consultant to help them understand how production works? I don't know. I imagine the defense talked to Hannah Gutierrez's father, Theo Reed. I imagine that's what defense did. The prosecution should have. I don't know who they hired. We'll see what happens. And we'll see if somebody comes in. Erica said, this judge feels incompetent to me. She's letting the prosecutor do whatever the fuck she wants. It's wild. The judge is definitely letting the prosecutor do whatever the fuck she wants, and it's wild. I liked this judge so much during the motions hearings, and I am so stunned that the judge is just like, counsel, don't make me take your coffee away. Stunned. Stunned. I've never practiced in front of a judge that would ever. Shocked. Hannah said, motion for different soundboard buttons for LawTube creators. Runkle could have pigeon noises. Law and Lumber can have saw sounds. I have heard the pigeon noises don't go over well with cats, though, and we have a highly paw-nerded audience, but I will take it under advisement. Tamara said, did you see that there's a herd of goats terrorizing a town in Texas? No, but I might need to do that afterwards. We might need to have some, we might need some goat business. Marley in the chat said, not to interrupt, but do you need to catch a plane tomorrow? Yes, very early, and it's 6 o'clock, so I'm going to have to wrap and pack and sleep. I leave my house at like 3 a.m., but I will be in the chat for the first part of tomorrow's travels. Let's all fingers crossed for smooth channels. Fingers crossed for an upgrade and for smooth travels. Does anyone know, will this be the same judge prosecutor for the Alexi Treviso trial? I have no idea about that trial. This is the same team, or should be the same team for the Alec Baldwin trial. Gab said, resident law nerd producer here. I love how many of y'all there are in the industry in this chat. It's so helpful. Just to give some COVID protocol context, they would have had limited the amount of people that could be in the church during the time of the incident. And that's what Hannah said as well. But Hannah shouldn't be the one that was limited, I think. Just me. They definitely limited people. I don't know if she's the person to limit. This judge is reminding me of when I first started teaching in Korea. My students were arguing in Korean in the class. Yes, and you're just like, I can't. Can we stop? Cut my neuropsych appointment short. No, don't do that, Blessed in Texas. Replay crew is always here for you. Production and first AD are the most at fault. Gab, I think that's what the civil cases are going to unearth. I still have a lot of very strong feelings about the first AD taking a plea. I think he absolutely knew the way the wind was going to blow for him and made that happen. The judge in the Michelle Troconis trial is a new favorite for me. I don't know that trial either. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit behind. There's new housewife lawsuits I haven't had a chance to read yet. That's going to happen on the plane. Yes. Also seeing DMB and OCM at the end of September. Awesome, you guys. You can have DMB Law Nerd meetups. It's gonna. We should make concert shirts so we can see each other at concerts. But I will. Oh, JD in the chat said, Emily, SOS, you are forgetting when the judge told them, come here. I did forget that. The judge didn't even say approach. The judge said, come here. I did forget that. Yes. I think all the good mojo for an upgrade tomorrow. It should happen. All the good upgrade mojo. Hey, as a juror, would I get kicked out for my numerous size eye rolls and accusatory looks? The bailiff might make a comment, but sometimes humans. And if you human while you're a juror, you're just a juror humaning. And I've had jurors look at me very unthrilled with what's going on in court. I've had jurors look at me where they're just like nodding along. So there are times you can feel the jury's with you. I've had jurors cry. I've had jurors laugh. I've had, jurors are humans, and humans have human reactions. Lawyers are not supposed to have as many human reactions in court. These lawyers are having tantrums. Brandy said, can't believe you're still alive. Yay. Safe travels tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you all for the notes on the iOS autocorrect issue with the super chats. I've forwarded along to those that might be able to at least start to look into it. The crap that Bowles insinuates just seems far-fetched. Quote, did you see the man reach over with his hand like the guy was pulling a magic trick on evidence? That I have more grace for it because that's his job. His job is to be like, his job is to give the few jurors like the seeds of doubt, like, but what about this? And what about that? And this could have happened and it wasn't secured. And maybe that came on from there. So I have a little more grace for it because it's his job. I don't have much grace just because this has been my profession for so long. I do not have much grace for the courtroom fuckery, shenanigans, circus, shit show. Like, y'all are not on reality TV. It feels like housewives bickering at Kyle's dinner party. That's what it feels like to me. And I do not like it when the attorneys are doing that. However, the broadcaster, law tuber, courtcaster side of me is like, this is really amusing, but this is not a good representation of how court should be professionally run. I'm amused and horrified all at the same time because two things can be true at once. Like, it's great for streaming trial. It's appalling. I would rather just see good lawyers doing good lawyering. I think we learn a lot, and I think we all come away with a lot of respect for the case, and we understand the evidence, and we go, huh, isn't that interesting? Trials are interesting without lawyer shenanigans. And with all of that, chat, I'm going to go pack. I'm going to try to sleep. I will tell you tomorrow how much sleep I actually get on social media. LawNerdApp.com. If you want the Lawnerd black on black tumbler, they are in the Lawnerd shop. They are amazing and I love them. They are matte. They're all the feels. For those of you that don't like the spiky cups, we are working on other things so that you will have non-spiky options. We're doing all the thing. So with all of that, it is time to say goodbye. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. If you need to kill time between my stream and everybody's recap streams, the new episode of the podcast dropped today, and that'll keep you occupied. I'll see you later. Hey there. I'm Emily D. Baker. That's the intro. Maybe we roll the outro. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.